Hello, 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 everyone. Wisconsin Mama. My, look who's first tonight. Oh, yeah. She is number one. She's like, wake up, everybody. Hello, Judy. Hello, everyone. She says, hello, PG. How are you doing tonight, sweetheart? That is hilarious. Hello, Crime Crazy. She's number three, running in number on third. Yes, yes, sirree. Um, hello, the other Sharon. She says hi, everybody. Hello to you, sweetie. Little Annie. How you doing? She said thumbs up. Absolutely, absolutely. Hello, Brandy. Our bucket list has holes. Hello, Flora. G. Louise. Dirtmouth. Hello, Brandy. Let it be. How are you doing tonight? Common sense. How are you doing, sweetie? Hello, PG. We love you. Girl, I love you guys too. Absolutely love you guys. Oh, she ran calling wildfire. Hello, PG. She says, how are you doing tonight, sweetie? Hello, Ronald. Hello, everyone. PG, thanks for the phone call today. Oh, you're welcome, hon. Definitely welcome. Always good to talk with you, Ronald. Hello, little sissy. How you doing tonight? Hello, Brown Bear Jubilee. I gotta see if I missed anybody. The other Sharon, how are you, sweetheart? PG, do you think law enforcement is going to talk to Jody Sue? I heard they done called her in, right? Mm-hmm. I heard they done called her in, you know. Accusations. What do you expect, Jody Sue? Jody Sue, what will you do? My question is, what will you not do? Right? Anyway, Andy was out last night and talking, and I was there. Yep, I was there when it happened. Anyway, um, you know, I mean, he seems normal to me. I mean, for what Jody Sue's making him out to be. Um, um, so I've got to, um, I got to wonder, you know, if he's as bad as she's. I mean, I think he's bad, right? I absolutely think he's bad. But I think he's more normal than she is. What I'm saying is, so what I've seen so far, he's not, the erratic, out of control, um, human. I think he could be. Um, what I'm saying is, everybody has two sides, right? You know, everybody has, you know, two sides. I mean, some of the sweetest people are maniacs behind the scene, right? So you'd be like, whoa, wow, when the real them pops out, it's like, what the hell? Surprise, surprise, surprise. But I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Um, I think you're right, peaceful pugs. Um, I, I mean, yeah. To be honest with you, I think most of Ben Hill Road is. To be honest, But says hello everyone, and I don't think they brought her in for. That's more rumors milling. She said she was going to see what she could do about him breaking the order. Yeah, I think Jody Sue got her ass called in because she made accusations about something she shouldn't have been making accusations about. I mean, when you say stuff like that, they will call you in. You know, you better you better you better be ready to be answering some questions. And I mean, yeah, anytime you're involved, anytime you're involved or they suspect you're involved in anything like this or any criminal activity, you know, and they start showing up at your door and one thing and another, and just when you think you get rid of them, they're back, right? That's the fun thing about police. You think you're rid of them and you're not. Her stalkers were going by her house today. More lies. That was the cops picking you up and dropping you off, lady. Her stalkers. Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you. If she said, you could, you could, you could honestly call them stalkers, right? I mean, when you get the feds or you get any type of law enforcement on you, I don't even give a damn if they're from another county. They'll be all over you. I mean, you know, they'll be visiting your house. They'll be, popping up and watching you and in other areas. They get pretty freaking weird, to be honest with you. But Andy did I'm trying to keep up with the chat. Andy did answer some questions. I got to give him that. Now, the question is, why is he out here over a year later? I mean, over a year later. Where was he a year ago when everybody needed him most? Where were these people a year ago when when Summer needed to be found immediately? And a year later, they're popping out and they're popping out and the woodwork, right? Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. He was not erratic. He was very calm, very laid back, very willing to answer most quick. But that lady, like I said, that lady's like, don't answer that, and that's what's been fucking this case up from day one. And I'll keep preaching it. I don't care. I will keep preaching it. Absolutely. That is exactly what's been messing up this case from day one. You have too many liars, like Don and Candace. Let's go back. Let's go back to the beginning of this case. And what we have, oh my goodness. I got Mr. Wave a lot. Mr. Wave a lot. My goodness. Mr. Wave. That guy cracks me up. He says he's King Tut. Why he's always got his tongue hanging out like a panting dog? I do not know. Uh, we're gonna put his picture out. We need him to find out who he is. He should be on the most wanted list, right? That is so freaking weird. And people say, "Oh, PG, you know, why don't you show your face? Hail to the no." No way. I mean, that guy is like super unstable, right? And you got people like that popping up. You are best off to keep safe. That dude is gone. He is hilarious. He cracks me up. Wait a minute, he's like, no, no, no. Oh, come on. Nobody's looking for a date with the super freak. Super freak, yeah. That- well, at least, at least he, God bless, at least he brings some happiness, right? Makes me laugh. That guy cracks me up. Anyway, yeah, he loves you, PG. Wisconsin mama. Wisconsin mama. I don't think so. I think he loves you. He came up, but he popped off real quick. Once he found out you weren't up here. I think I want to send him your phone number so he can call you. Wisconsin mama better come up here and get me. I'm gonna put her phone number in the back chat for him. That is hilarious. Give me my phone. Don't give PG my phone number. Hey, Wisconsin mama's coming. I'm bringing you up, girl.
You,
Number in the chat.
yeah, you better give him the number 1-800 I don't care.
1-800 get lost.
Get lost. Yeah, lose my number, PG. Wait, I think I'll go back and delete that email.
I knew they'd get you up here.
Oh yeah.
I don't trust nothing. Yeah, somebody should call 911. That guy's a freak.
Robin wants to know if she can come up. Well, come on up, Robin.
Absolutely, come on up here, girl.
Yeah. Hey, I know I was gonna ask you on a serious note.
I can't get serious right now.
You can't be serious. So, do you remember that psychiatrist that you had that did like that? You need to have that person. You need to have that person take a look at Jody Sue.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. I'm bringing you up, Robin. How you doing tonight, girl?
Ah, man. mess on the YouTube stream.
Ain't
Oh, it
it?
is,
I
isn't it?
heard that. What did you say,
Yeah.
Wisconsin Mama?
I said, do you remember when you had that psychiatrist do like an evaluation? On I don't remember who it was. You should have them do it on Jody Sue too.
Right?
I mean, like he's just gonna write nuts,
Oh
nuts,
yeah,
nuts.
the one that was talking about Don and Candace.
You should have him doing on Jody Sue. Seriously.
I don't know if that.
I mean, like
uh, I know, I know this psychiatrist very, very, very well, and and
do you know
and
his coach very well too?
and I'm going to tell you exactly because I talk with him,
Mhm.
about this case and everything. No, I don't see a psychiatrist, but but and that's why most people in the field of psychology would rather work with children instead of adults. But um I do talk with him, about this things going on in this case and so forth, and I have mentioned, Jody Sue, um, you know, played little clips. I mean,
Yeah.
when we have time, I'm like, look at this, or whatever. And he's like,
He said, "Give
I,
her some more
they,
brownies." No.
I'm going to tell you exactly what everyone says when you're talking in the field of psychology. That's a referral. Nobody wants it. I'm like, yep, absolutely. I understand.
Well, I can see we
Oh,
should make a psychiatrist head spin. That's for
but
sure.
I will ask. Yeah, I will
You
ask. I mean,
should.
I haven't ever asked on a serious note,
I bet
but
her spin. I bet her head spins around.
I'm not sure what he would say about Jody Sue. I mean, I know what I personally, think and feel, but um,
Mm,
I don't know.
she's
You
evil.
know what? I will. I don't like to make. I don't like to draw things upon people that um,
Oh, I get that.
you know. When that ain't what I'm saying. I mean, when like me personally, I don't put out what I think of. You know, their psychological issues and so forth and so on out here, right?
Yeah.
Because due to the simple fact that um, I'm too close to the case, right? That's why you have to take a step back and ask someone else, that ain't in it, to, you know, take a
Yeah.
look over it. And because you don't, I would have biasness, right?
Right.
Because I love Summer. And I'm so angry with everybody because I feel they could have done so much more for her and they didn't. And therefore, you it wouldn't be fair to draw a conclusion or opinion upon them because there's a possibility of the biasness being in the way of it, right?
Right.
So, yes, that's why, it's best to ask someone else. You're absolutely right, Wisconsin Mama, to do that assessment. And but yeah, I will ask. I'm not going to promise anything because nobody really. I promise
Well,
you, no one wants to fuck with the Jody Sue
everybody's
thing,
saying just get her a straight jacket.
right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, yeah,
So
that's what I'm talking about.
do you think there's any truth that she got hauled in today? She's saying she didn't.
Um,
Don
I
Don
don't
being
think she
that
got hauled in, but I think she got called in. I
yeah,
mean, yeah, she can honestly say I did not get hauled in because she probably didn't. She did probably get called in, and they did probably come. She probably didn't show up because that's, this is the type of human she is. I don't have to do anything, call my lawyer type stuff. But I'm sure that, they showed up and said, you need to come in. Even if you bring a lawyer or whatever, you need to come in. And, she had to, right? Because when the law
Yeah.
wants you, they want you.
Well,
I mean,
she has
she
some
made
explaining to do.
Right. She made a serious fucking accusation against Andy. A
Yeah.
very serious accusation. And she did not put it on one child like Summers. She said little girls, as in more than one, right?
Right. I mean, yeah. And
we already
they're
know that
serious.
a parents down the street showed up and took their daughter home for some reason that we don't know. And the family don't want to talk about it. Right?
Right.
So, it had to be something very seriously if they don't want to talk about it.
Okay, girls, I got some sad news for you. You're not getting brownies tonight, none of you.
Brownies for everybody.
I was just gonna ask for one. Everybody's asking for brownies.
Hey, girl, 2 pans. We're going to start handing them out.
They ain't even gonna get past the post office. The guy's gonna eat them all.
We're going to take down some of whatever Wisconsin mama had last night and pass it around too.
Oh, I can't believe that.
She woke up this morning, no way to hold her head that didn't hurt.
No, I couldn't believe it. I had to go to work. I was like, what was I thinking? They taste so good, You start with one and you get past that one, and it's like, oh yeah, we got
Man,
this.
I tell you what, it is hard enough to wake up on the weekend, right? With that. But man, oh my God, through the week, it's like murder.
Yeah. Well, I don't do it very often, I'll tell you. I ain't doing it a bit.
Oh crap.
I think we always say we ain't gonna do it
Mr.
again.
Wave-A-Lot.
PG, quit putting him up here.
He cracks me up, man. I gotta shear him. Like his Scooby snacks, right?
Right.
I gotta shear him like Scooby snack. I mean, people ain't going, you gotta be able to see what I'm seeing, right?
Yeah, I apologize about that Scooby snack last night too.
I get to have a brownie. Haven't I been a good girl? I think you get a cookie.
Hey, they work just the same.
Oh,
so Robin, how are you tonight? Sorry, we weren't trying to.
Always thinking about Summer.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Yeah.
We do too.
What do you think, Robin, about Andy coming out over a year later to talk?
I don't watch him.
Crime Crazy said, I missed him, PG. Do it again.
I don't watch Jody Sue because I need an interpreter to watch her.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah, you do.
Absolutely. Jody Sue. 1 minute she'd be talking like we are right now, and then the next minute she'd be going, I'm like, what?
To me, and she just stares.
Man, that long fucking pause, yeah. Oh my gosh.
Did you girls see what she
that
had
alone
on
would
tonight?
That would put you in a straitjacket, right? Because she sits there for like 15 fucking minutes looking around, like just staring. I'm like, what the hell you doing? She get in the middle of a conversation and all of a sudden just stare.
For and everyone's saying that she took down her Facebook and her.
Oh, she did. She absolutely did. Here's her. There it goes. That's what it says right now. right there.
And
That's
what about her
what it says.
YouTube?
This content isn't available right now.
No, her YouTube's still going. Yeah.
No,
She had on a shirt tonight that said Queen Bee on it.
Oh shit, no.
Oh yeah, she did.
Queen Bee.
Oh yeah, that's just tells
Queen
you
Bee's
she's
gonna be
looking
upset
for a
about that,
fight.
right?
Oh yeah, she's just looking for another fight from somebody.
She's gonna be buzzing over there at Jody Sue's. Bitch, get my shirt off. You wouldn't want
Mhm.
Randy wearing yours.
I mean, don't they have a protective order against each other? I mean, aren't they not supposed to be talking to each other?
She got a protective order against him, which her son refused to be a part of. Yes.
And the monsters are coming for her daughter now too. She's nuts.
Right, and her son refused, but the reason she did that is because YouTube at the time was screaming receipts, receipts, receipts. You remember their big receipt thing?
Yeah.
I mean, that was like a holy hell to go through, right? But it was what it was because it was like crowd surfing only with words, and their words was receipts, receipts, receipts. And Annie, I'm bringing you up, love. If you want to close your camera, you can. Can you hear me, Annie? Okay, sweetie.
Fine.
How you doing, girl?
I'm doing all right. A lot better tonight than last night.
I heard that, girl.
I went out in my garden to pick green peas, and it got so hot, I thought I was going to pass out. I thought, oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
But they sure did taste good today.
Hey, amen. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, it's the season for it right now, too, right?
It sure is. But
Yeah.
PG, I think you've had Jody Sue pegged from the beginning. You have an excellent discernment with people.
Oh, I'm going to tell you something. I knew right away that woman was hell
sure
on
did.
wheels, right?
Yep, you sure did.
Yeah. Well, and she looks for it too. You know what I mean? She looks for the trouble.
I know what she said, that Andy did this, that, and the other, but you know what? I don't give a damn what Andy gave Don or what Andy gave Candace. The kids should not have been getting a hold of it, period.
Well, I agree there, but that's where, I mean, like, and we all have our different opinions, and
right.
I do believe that. I just don't believe that he was giving the kids.
As adults, I mean, everybody at some point as adults in adulthood, everybody had beer in the refrigerator, wine coolers, a liquor cabinet, maybe some whiskey, rum, whatever, and a lot of women keep alcohol on hand for cooking, right? Cooking sherry and a lot of women keep stuff on hand for cooking. Yeah. That's the best excuse, right? For us women to knock the edge off. What you talk about? I ain't an alcoholic. That's for cooking. Sure. But anyway,
Adrian Watkins, you are more than welcome to grab a link and come on out.
Absolutely. But the point being is, I totally agree with you, Robin. Children have no business. I mean, you should teach your kids that some things belong to adults, and the Kool-Aid belongs to you, and the coolers belong to mommy, right?
Exactly.
I mean, it is what it is. And But what Jody Sue said was Andy was giving stuff to sedate little girls, right?
Right.
This is
Girl.
very serious
And
accusation.
And I'm going to tell you, when you say, here's what I'm saying, you know, say that, I'm not, but for instance, say the weed man shows up, right? There's the weed man pops up and you decide to buy some weed. You're an adult. You decide to buy some personal consumption for yourself and smoke it. Well, I'm going to tell you something. In my book, weed is not a sedative. When you talk sedatives to me, you're fucking talking pills. That's what you're talking to me. You're talking to me something other than damn weed or liquor, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And Jody Sue was talking something other as well in my book. Now, was she a damn liar? And Jody Sue possibility. Yeah. I don't know. All I know is Andy's out here talking right now, talking about he needs a trailer that's $2,000, but I hear that he has a Andy Bernard, in Tennessee right now has a judgment against them for what? $1,900, about $2,000, right? A judgment against them that needs to be paid off. I hear like at the end of the month. So, is he out here for summer? I don't think so. Is he out here to get everyone to pay off his fine? Probably so, yes. It's about the dollar for these people. And I don't know. I mean,
Well, I think that, Andy has been pretty quiet, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been
throughout the
quiet
whole
because,
year.
he hasn't had a judgment against him that he's got to pay in 30 days, and now he does, and it needs to get done, right? And he sees how much Jody Sue's making, and he wants to get in on that. And here's my thing. Tell us the fucking truth. I mean, don't tell us you need a trailer if you need a judgment paid off. Tell us that, you're in trouble, you need some help, and that, yes, you're out here to answer some questions because, if that will help you, at the end of the month, and it will help Summer, then you know what? I don't mind trading hand in hand. I don't mind trading a little cash for the information to bring this baby home. Absolutely not. I don't mind paying a little bit to, get an insight on what's the truth and what ain't. But, one thing I don't want to pay for is a bunch of more fucking lies. So that somebody else, so somebody can laugh, get their shit paid off, and walk away. Fuck that. So what is it? What is it? And if they did something, do you think they're going to come out here and tell us? No, they're just going to come out here and play their fucking salad word games and, toss a bunch of bullshit around as dressing and expect you to, lap it up. Fuck that. We're tired of lapping up the shit, right?
Right. And these two, seriously, these two.
Honey, can you hear me?
Prayer Garden, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that you were. I didn't see you when you came up. So, I just need to hear your voice.
Yeah, I can hear you. Is it just me and you? Like, I'm new to this, doing it on a computer. Oh,
I know, sweetheart.
Now you put me back. Okay, we're good now. Now I know I am.
Okay.
Now she knows. PG, now she knows who she is.
I'm not going to turn my camera on because...
That's what we do. We help people.
I turned my camera on just a
Send
minute
us your
ago.
address and we'll send you brownies.
Hey, I wish you would, baby. I'll be sending you that address for real. But no, I turned my camera on just a minute ago and I looked and I'm sitting in the dark and that light shine. I was like, oh, holy hell no, I ain't going on with that camera. Like a ghost. Oh, that was
Oh
awful.
yeah, don't worry. Sometimes she'll photobomb you too.
Yeah.
She puts you up, and she hasn't done it to anybody else but to me.
Wisconsin mom is just up here right now. Make sure I don't put her number in a back chat for that.
Yeah.
Mr. Wave a lot.
I have to protect myself, Let me see. She's doxed me twice. She's told my name, and well, she might as well put out my number too. I mean, like, oh, I got a great friend in need,
I'm like that little sister that nobody wants.
That's what's always been said about me, Prayer Garden. That's hilarious. My sister actually does say that about me. But no, the reason I came up is I'm gonna tell you, I've been watching this case and I've been on a couple other panels around. I've got a couple other creators that I watch, like 3 or 4 of y'all. And but anyway, I've been watching Summer Wells' case since day one. I was coming through Tennessee when the Amber Alert went out. I was coming through on the interstate there at Rogersville, to be exact, because I live in Alabama, and I was going up. I had to go up and get a kayak. So anyway, I got hooked on the case then. Well, what has stuck with me? I have a SARS dog myself. I do search and rescue now. I do not do it on with law enforcement anymore. I work now with families. If a family calls me and asks me to search for their loved one, I go. I just don't. I just don't like the stipulations with the law enforcement. I've never liked authority, and I've always liked to do stuff. And so I just rather work with the families. I really had. And you just don't have all the red tape and stuff. And
Yeah.
so that's where I get my enjoyment. But what has stuck with me from the beginning is this thing where Jody Sue, by her own admittance, which we know she lies now, so I don't, which my mama always told me, when somebody tells you something and you think it's a lie, you can guarantee 50% of it's truth because there's always some truth in a lie.
Right.
Okay. She said that she walked in the creek without shoes. We all know what mud does on the skin. Like, people pay lots of money for this stuff.
Right.
Okay. I'm just saying they do, y'all. All right. So anyway, she did that.
Are you saying I need to head to Tennessee to get me some mud?
I'm saying we need to, y'all. But anyway, okay. So she did that. Then the search dog stopped at her feet, hit on her feet, whatever you want to call it.
So she says.
So she says. But okay, this is my thing. Why would you say that about yourself? Why the holy, excuse my language, why the holy hell would you get on YouTube and tell people that a damn SARS dog sat down, smelled your feet, hit on your feet, what the hell ever, because that means you had that scent on your feet. Why the hell would you do that? You gotta be psychotic.
According to her, she was trying to get the perfume off her feet.
Right.
She's trying to get the perfume off her feet.
So,
Perfume don't go on your feet.
Well, tell her that.
Yes.
She's the one that said it, not me.
I think that was when they were doing the clan meet. I don't know.
Okay, and then the next day, the searchers came back, and she was in the trailer, dogs, whatever. As soon as she found out they were there, she said, "Oh yeah, I need to go take my dogs out for a walk anyway." Well, we know that don't happen. But anyway, she let the dogs out, which we all know that Jody Sue is smart enough in the little crime business to know how to mess up a search grid.
Absolutely. And so was
Yes.
Candace, and that was what
Damn
got
right
me.
they do. They do.
It's her
But
and
me,
Candace. You know,
yeah,
it wasn't
yeah,
just Candace letting the dogs out, but Jody
yeah.
Sue's over there letting them out
You
as
right.
well.
Yep.
hmm
And I'm gonna tell you something. When that dog sat, hit, whatever, they had their answer right there and they missed it. It was right there. That dog does not know how to lie. I
Right.
swear to God, if you can go back to that point right there, if we could go back and start backstepping, I promise you it is all hooked to Jody Sue and Candace and Jody Sue's son. Because who in the
I
world,
agree.
who will you do anything for?
My
There's
son.
no other person in the world that a mother will do anything for but for their children.
Yep.
I'm sorry. And I don't understand why Hawkins can't. Well, I do, because I know their financial well, I don't know about them, but I've heard about their financial troubles and all that crap. But there is their answer. That's the answer right there.
So, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
So, if, I mean, let's just say if
Mm-hmm.
you got permission from the Wells, would you still be able to go up there and think you could find something with your
I
dogs?
mean, yeah. I mean, if there was clothing, a piece of clothing laying on top of something, yeah, you're gonna have to still have a scent. Yeah, yeah. You just gotta get. I mean, you know, it's gonna be covered by debris. It's gonna be rained on. I mean, you know, it's gonna be covered by debris.
Yeah.
It has to be the right thing. But yeah, you can. And yeah, I have. I have been with personally myself. I have been on a search where we were looking for somebody 2 years after the fact, and we found his jacket under about 12 inches of pine straw and leaves and debris, and the dog hit on it. We didn't see it. The
Wow.
dog seen it. The dog smelled it. We didn't see it. So yes, it can be done.
I
Yes.
don't see why can't nobody go up there. There's nobody even living there.
You have to have permission to walk on the property. See, I wish
Yeah,
if
because they put up no
called-
trespassing and they put up surveillance. Like Candace can basically watch off of her phone. If you go on the property, it will.
like
The cameras
ding
will
something
alert her
on, yeah.
phone, and then she will see who's there and call 911 and get you removed. Right?
Yeah, that's what I've heard too. See, I
Yeah.
wish and I throwed it out there. I wish Candace or Dawn would have called me and asked me to search. I would have come. All I needed was a family member that owned that property and had their name on that title of that property, so I wouldn't got in trouble. All I need them to ask me and write me permission to get on that land. That's all
And
I need.
that would only be Don.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's all I need. That's all I need. I just need him to write me a letter and sign it.
You have to go
Go
visit
to
him.
jail and get it done if he'll do it. I mean, you know, like I've been chomping at the bits for over a year. And I'm not saying I could find anything. Look, I am not, because I will tell you this. I have looked at the search grids that took place on that property. I have looked at the number of dogs that was on that property. And no, I do not for 1 minute think that my dog is any better than anybody else's. But I'd sure like to give it a try. Because we ain't
Yeah.
finding nothing sitting here.
Well, right.
You know, and we may not find nothing. And I don't know that my dog could find anything, but I'd sure
But I
like to
still
try.
don't understand her. I still don't understand why she keeps saying that the key is within the dogs.
She says the dogs are the key
The dogs
to
are
finding.
the key.
Exactly right.
The dogs are the key to finding Summer.
She's
Yeah.
telling you the truth. Listen,
Yeah.
she had dogs that died right after Summer got gone.
Andy said they didn't.
Well, I don't know. See, I've heard so many stories about that, and I've also heard that there was dogs buried on some property down the road.
He
So
was
I don't-
asked that last night, and he said they didn't. Now, do we believe him? I don't know.
I don't know.
Did he
either.
tell Jody Sue to shut her mouth about the dogs? Yes, he did.
Well, I mean,
You
why
know,
would
and you got Candace and Donald on one side of the road playing the jokers, right?
Mhm.
And you got Jody Sue on the other side playing the Riddler. What the hell? I mean, you know, it's crazy, right?
And
And you know, you probably got the fucking penguin and everybody else up there. The full Batman movie.
well, in my opinion, when that dog sat and hit on Jody Sue, I know the dog got into a tussle with one of her dogs, but that's because it was hitting. It was trying to show, and the
Right.
handler wasn't catching it, and it was just a bad situation. It's not the case.
Well, you know, jumping in that water
Yeah.
showed that she obviously had something to hide. You know, what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
I don't think she, you know, what she should have did. I don't think her health, with her health the way it is, she didn't want to get back up on the hill. I mean, if she would have been younger, healthier, she'd have ran up on the hill, took a shower right before police and everybody got there. But with her health, she just can't get all of that done, and therefore that's why the dogs was hitting on her, right?
Yeah,
Well,
but
see,
somebody said that the dogs hid at the end of the driveway, and where did Candace say she seen Jody Sue at the
At
end of
the
the
end of the
driveway?
driveway.
Imagine
when
that.
Right.
when that dog showed that handler that alert, that dog should have been leashed, put in his cage, and he immediately should have went to the head sheriff and told him we have a hit. The hit, which would have been Jody Sue, and the closest to her, which would have been her son, her daughter, and anybody that had been in direct contact with, which would have been Candace. They all
Jody Sue's going off like a cannon right now. Take cover, everyone.
if it's me talking, she will, but I don't care. She said this about herself. Nobody else said this.
She did.
She did.
She did.
So that's why I'm talking about it. But those people should have been taken in and squeezed until they talked, because that is your key right there, and they missed it. And you can't go back and get it. You can't go back.
If you listen to all the interviews, they already told us Summer's gone. So,
yeah.
I mean, saying you don't get on national TV, on news, and say, I am 100% sure Summer was abducted. No, you are not 100% sure.
Wait, okay. Alexis P is saying no dog sat or hit on Jody Sue. Okay. How do we know? Why would she say that though? I mean, y'all look, there's always some truth in a lie. You know that. And they deliberately mess those dogs up.
And,
okay. Take away
and that is why this is why we've got to get the laws changed. We got to stand up. You know, here's the thing is, evil ain't the problem. You know, evil humans are not the problem. We are the problem for letting evil humans get away with what they get away with, right? And we have to stand up. We have to join together, and we have got to get the laws changed for these missing children, due to the fact that statistics show that 99.9% of the time it is a family member or someone in the general vicinity that's doing this heinous crime. And therefore, these places have got to be, you know, treated as a crime scene from the get. I mean, if a child under the age of 14 comes up missing, immediately the people should have to evacuate the property. As soon as police get there, it should be everybody out. You know, they have to leave, because they are contaminating the crime scene, right? I mean, basically what we got to do is we got to make missing children become a federal crime, where, you know, the law has jurisdiction to remove these people from their homes, put them up in a hotel room, whatever, and treat the place as a crime scene until the child is found. I don't care if it wandered off. I don't care what the situation is. Until that child is found, the place has got to be a crime scene until police have an opportunity to comb the vehicles, to comb the home, to comb the area, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And
Um,
if they would have done that with the wells, I think we would have got a lot farther in this case.
Prayer Garden, I don't mean to interrupt you, but Alexis P in the chat is saying that the dogs walked up to her and sat down. They didn't hit on her.
Yes, they
Um,
did.
You
I
know,
heard they
like,
did.
you know, like, look, I don't
I
know.
heard they did.
I wish I could have been a fly on a tree or a deer fly in the woods or whatever, because I'd have loved to have seen that situation with my own eyes. But I do know from the dogs being put in the back of the truck, from the dogs being let out the day after when the search dogs got there, from this and that and the other happened to these search dogs, it was deliberately being done so these search dogs wouldn't get good searches. I'm sorry. You don't mess up that many search grids and you not mean to. Like, you can't be that stupid and screw up that much.
Right. I agree.
I mean, I'm sorry, but you just can't. So, you know, like, there was some definite stuff going on. We all know that.
Absolutely. And I'm going to tell you, they did mess up. They messed up law enforcement. Screwed that case up from the fucking get, as they usually do every case, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they pull up and they pull up and they just fuck up.
Yeah. Alexis P, I never said that a dog walking up and sitting down is an alert. But let me tell you this.
The dog didn't walk up and sit down. The dog actually went straight to her feet and stopped. And anytime they do that, and then that's when her dog, she had her dog, and her dog started fighting with the other, because when the dog hit on her, her dog sensed, her dog would sense, because this is a police dog, and a police dog hits on a scent, it immediately, is an alert.
Its tail,
And the dog felt that was a threat to it,
right,
because Jody Sue is its keeper, right?
right.
And that's what caused the problem.
What the dog should have done was immediately got in a stiff. Okay, some dogs will alert. They do. They train them to sit to alert. And my dog is trained that she will get in a stiff stance, throw her front feet out, one in front of the other, her back feet the same way. She's a Rottie, but her little nubby tail will get just as stiff and hard as it can get, and her ears and head get erect and straight out. If that dog did that, there's another dog standing in front of them, yeah, I can see where it would think that, especially if it's just a dog, a mutt dog, don't know nothing. You know what I mean? I could see where it would take that as aggression because, so yeah, but a dog walking up and sitting can be an alert. It depends on how the handlers have trained them. I have seen both. I've seen both. We just witnessed it last week. I was with Kansas City State Police and helping with their dogs, and a guy had trained his to sit. I'd never seen one sit, but that's the way he said would work best for him. And so he trained his dog to sit. So I'd never seen that till then. But yes, they do it. Not saying that's how the dog is trained, but I'm just saying, it can be done.
You remember the last search was the Bernards.
Right. Yes, it was. I think down on that what is that? I forget the roads. I don't look at what's the name of that? Fred something road?
Fields?
Yeah, Fields, that's it. Down on Fields Road or whatever. That was the last search, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the Bernard's place, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So from my
I don't know that the police doesn't believe that Jody Sue didn't do anything, or the fact that they don't have enough evidence to prove that she did anything. Therefore, they don't want to bring her in, because if they do, you're not going to have a way to hold them. And once they bring them in, they give them the information they have on them, and they're able to, defend themselves. I'm just hoping that that's what Hawkins County is doing.
Yeah, because I don't believe that they hauled her in today. I believe she went down and got another restraining order against Andy.
Yeah, and the whole thing she said about Andy selling the drugs to the whales and all that stuff I don't believe that. I do believe that he sells drugs. That's the part of the lie that I believe. And I do believe that she probably sold some to Don and Candace, but I don't know necessarily if it was meant to drug the kids. I think she just said that to stick at Andy. I think if she would have known that, she'd have said that way earlier.
So what you're saying about dogs when they hit on something that all dogs handle different, right? They
Right.
they're trained different when they hit on something. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. How
Yeah.
they alert is different. And
Yeah.
people in the comment section just said that the law enforcement dogs are trained not to jump on another dog or something. Yes, they are. They are. They're trained not to. But I guarantee if you'd have watched that fight between those two dogs, I guarantee Jody Sue's dog jumped first. And I guarantee you her dog was the main aggressive. The canine SARS dog would have probably been the more uh, recessive one, laying down more on the ground, while Jody Sue's dog was more on top. So yes, we do train them not to jump on other people's dogs, but if another dog does jump on them, they do defend themselves. They're dogs, you know. They do defend themselves. The dogs. So
For one, Dave Rader could not have answered. He's with Echo Search,
yeah.
and he could not answer that question because it was not Echo Search dogs that did that. It was law enforcement's dogs that did that.
Right.
And they're not going to give Dave Rader any type of information on their dogs.
And
you know, so he can't honestly say he can't make a judgment on that.
Well, that's like me. I can't either. All I can tell you is what I think, what I've seen, but I can't. I don't know, you know, because everybody trains their dogs differently, you know.
It from what my understanding is it did make a hit on her, and because it made a hit, her dog got offended, and you know, and I mean, that's just like common sense, right?
Yeah,
that's just
dogs
common sense.
I mean, dogs are right.
Because it made I would say it did make a hit on her due to the fact her dog was in attack mode once it did. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if it didn't make a hit, then it wouldn't have alerted her dog to get into attack mode. There you go.
Right.
So you know, it just sounds like common sense to me that it did make a hit.
I'll just go throw this out there. If a SARS dog or a police dog did make a hit on me and they did come near me, I'd be going the other way, and I sure wouldn't be getting on YouTube telling everybody.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't want nobody to know.
Yeah, but if she knew that there were search dogs up there, she shouldn't have brought her dog up there if she knew that the search dogs were going to be there.
That's why she brought the dog up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Well, I'm going to step down, girls.
All right.
Okay. You girls have a good night.
You too, sweetheart.
All right.
But yeah, absolutely. I agree. I 100% agree that you know, she shouldn't have came out running her mouth off. I mean, she's basically, what I'm saying is, you know, she's kind of like that. She's kind of like that person that, you know, like basically a bad law officer that sits there and believes they can say whatever they want because they feel protected, right?
Yeah. She does kind of, you know, I haven't watched Jody. Well, I went to Jody Sue's. I've been in there a couple times. First time I ever went in there, I was in there for less than 30 seconds, and she told me to go to hell, which I thought was hilarious. Oh, but anyway, all I did was ask her where was Summer. That's all I did. She told me to go to hell. I said, all right. Yeah. But, you know, and I've been in there a couple times, but I can't listen to her. She just,
and you know, you say where is Summer, and she gets offended. What is that telling us? You know, there's a lot, and that's what the law does. The law is very highly intelligent. They are trained to, observe people and pretty much get the answers they need by observing a human and the way a human acts and talks. And, basically, we're sitting there and observing as well. And as you said, she told you to go to hell. And,
I kind of felt
personally, here's my thing. She felt, why did she feel offended by you asking that question? Why the fuck did she feel offended? If she had no hand in any of this shit, why would you feel offended? Why did you not just say, I don't know, I wish I did? Right?
Well, and what
if you didn't have nothing to do with it, then these would be the answers that you would be giving, not go to hell.
Yeah. And also, it's just not that the dog's on her feet. There's like, there was an interview that wasn't taped. I don't think, because I haven't been able to find it, but that doesn't mean anything. It was done with Chris McDonough. And she asked him about peeping toms, what, if they developed into do, far worse crimes, whatever. Key. Right there. She asked that question. Like, there's been other things that Jody Sue has thrown out there and did that definitely makes you look at her. Look, I've looked at everybody. I've researched this case from top to bottom. I've looked at everybody. And I'm just not picking on her. This is stuff she said. She's got on here and said this. And, look.
No, that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why she feels offended, because all of us are doing nothing but trying to, figure out what happened to Summer. I know when I first came out here, when I first came out and showed up, I was getting attacked viciously as well, by people and so forth and so on, saying, I mean, it can, the things people say can cut like a knife even when it's not true, But the thing is I didn't get offended. I fought for the truth, I stuck in there and I fought like hell for the truth because I was telling the truth. And Jody Sue, makes me sit back and wonder because, she obviously is not telling the truth and everything because she's offended, too much by what people saying. And when you get offended, then I feel when you get offended by things, you must have, some guilt.
Knowledge of
You've got guilt.
You got
or you're going to fight, you're going to fight to, for the understanding of what the truth is, right? If you have no guiltiness at all, you're going to stand up and you're going to let people know that. You're going to, you don't have to be mean or ugly about it, but you're going to let them, know, look, no, this isn't true. I don't care who's saying it or whatever. You're seeking, you're seeking truth. You want truth, and only the truth is going to find and bring Summer home. And that's why, I have such a dislike for liars. I have such and I feel that, I feel that Candace and Grandis, Jody Sue, I feel a few of these people know the damn truth. And instead of the truth is going to put them in prison, right? I mean, they have all to lose and nothing to fucking gain on this, right?
I pray that, Prayer Garden. I really do. I pray that we one day do see justice in this, but it's when you look around and watch how our judicial system is and all that's going on in this country every day, it's very disheartening.
I serve a very powerful God. I serve a very powerful God, and I trust in my God. And I'm going to tell you, I don't think I know we are going to see justice in this case, because I know with as many prayers going up to him, as many prayers is going up to him for this little girl, he is definitely, he is definitely going to answer. I mean, I don't think heaven has been bombarded with so many prayers ever as they have been, you know, the last time God has probably seen prayers going up like this was from the children, um, you know, in Egypt, right? When he took them out of there. So
Well,
Summer has a large army and a lot of people praying for her. And I know with all of these people praying, my God is going to give us answers. Absolutely.
well,
No doubt in my mind.
baby, I promise you, I serve the same God you do.
I
And
just think
I
that there's
mean, I
some
know,
people,
look,
I
hey,
think there's
I
some
know,
people right now that cannot handle how gruesome this case really is.
oh, yeah.
That's what I believe. I
Hmm.
believe God's holding off because there's just some people just ain't going to be able to handle the truth.
Well,
It's,
and also with that, you've got to believe too that also in that understanding that we want to see justice and we believe God is going to let us see justice. You also got to know that sometimes God won't let us see justice on this side. So,
oh,
and
I
you know
think He
that.
will.
I hope He does, and I
I
want
think He will.
to.
You
And
know, you
sometimes
know.
we don't
The
see justice.
Bible says. The Bible tells me. The Bible tells me. It says, PG. If you have the faith of a mustard seed, you
That's
can
right.
move a whole mountain.
That's
And I'm
right.
going to tell you something. I have put it to the test, and I know it's truth. So I'm going to let you know now. You know, like Jesus said, "Oh, ye of little faith." That's why the man started to sink when he got, and Jesus
Hmm.
had to take his hand to walk on the water. It's
Hmm.
because we all, even Jesus said, we could all do that. We have the faith of Jesus Christ, right? But the thing is most people don't have all of that faith. And but I do have that faith. I do have that faith, and my Bible says whatever's done in the dark shall be pulled to the light. And I know this is going to be pulled to the light, and we are going to get the answers that we need because God knows we need them. He knows we need them. Those little boys need it, and Summer needs it. And He's going to give it to us. I have that faith, and I'm not going to lose it.
And is it true that Andy's mom went to school with Ronnie Lawson?
Yes, that is very true. And they are Facebook friends.
See, and I've wondered about that too. It seems like there's
They
a lot of red flags in this case. Right from the beginning. I mean,
well,
there's just
the biggest red flag right now is if Tennessee right now Tennessee is using this case, that jurisdiction is using this case right now to get funded. They're saying that they're using this case saying that they didn't have the proper um stuff in order to solve a case like this. They weren't equipped because of low
right.
funding. Now, and as of November, and that's what they're using this case for right now, is to get the funding to handle cases like this in the future, right? So if
Right,
they
right.
fucking solved it, then that would kind of knock out their little funding bullshit, right? Coming up November.
Right.
So, you have to understand that everything, this case ain't been nothing about I mean, money is not the root of all evil. Greed is. And this damn case has been all about the fucking dollar. Everywhere I've
Yes.
looked, I'm finding it's about the dollar. I mean, people have used this baby's back. Is Well, I got to tell these people, I hope you made a lot, and I hope you enjoyed the hell out of spending it because money burns in hell, right?
Hmm.
Right.
Money burns in hell. And when you get blood money and you get it the wrong way, it ain't going to do you no good anyway, right?
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. It's not.
So, live it up, motherfuckers. Live it up. because I don't want nothing to do with that shit. I'm here for the right reasons. I'm here for this little girl. I want this little girl found, and most of all, I want her to remain in the spotlight instead of being put in the fucking dark the way all them son of a bitches were putting her in the dark and bringing all kinds of other stupid shit to the light that didn't even need to be brought here.
Right.
Yep, they did do that.
Yes, they did. They brought Rose's case into it that had nothing to do with Summer's case. It just, all it did is buried Summer. They brought out, the Utah case that didn't mean a hill of fucking beans. Donald knew it didn't mean a damn thing, but he'd rather talk about shit that is nasty and making him look like hell than to talk about his daughter, which got his daughter put into the background where he wanted her to be because they had something to fucking hide, right?
Yep, I agree.
And that's where all the shit went wrong. It's where all the shit went wrong. And people allowed it to happen because these people were out for the money instead of finding this little girl the way it should have been done. And that sickens the hell out of me. It really does.
And to me, law enforcement dropped the ball on this one so bad. And I tell you what, hey, EquiSearch, they're great. And and all the dogs that went in there and searched, that was very disheartening when nobody come out with nothing. But from the beginning, I heard that
You know what
night.
my Bible says? You know what my Bible says about judging? Where the fuck are you?
Judging what? Are you talking to me?
No, honey, I'm talking about somebody in chat.
Oh.
Says, what's the Bible? Let me tell you something. I don't know if you are he or she. You're calling yourself Granny, so you're probably a lady. And I'm just going to put it out there the way it is. You know what my Bible tells me, lady? My Bible tells me to not bear false witness against my neighbors. And you know what? I'm not bearing when I say that these people were down there on that 110 Ben Hill Road and actually on Ben Hill Road, period, are nothing but a bunch of fucking weirdos. I'm not bearing false witness. I'm bearing the fucking truth, right? When I say these are a bunch of sickos and demented-minded people, I'm not bearing false witness. I'm telling the truth. And they ain't a damn thing wrong with telling the truth. I'm going to tell you something. Don't take my Bible and try to use my Bible against me, mother effer, because I'm going to let you know right now, I know my Bible. And I know my Bible tells me not to be a weak son of a bitch. And it also tells me to stand up and tell the truth. And I don't give a fuck if it's on my neighbor or whoever the hell. Who is your neighbor? Your neighbor is everyone that you come in contact with, right? And I came in contact with that trash. And let me tell you right now, it is trash. And that ain't judging them. That's just telling you how the fuck it is.
That's right.
Calling it like I see it. You know, that's the problem with you Christians that want to walk around and act like you need to humble yourself or something. You're hiding behind the Bible because you're a fucking coward anyway. So shut up. Somebody get Granny out of my chat.
Amen. Preach it, sis. Preach it.
It's just the way it is.
You're right, Prayer Garden. It is. It is. And that. I'm sorry, but that's what's wrong with this country. Is the Christians have hid behind their Bibles and won't stand up and fight for what's right for us.
Right.
Because we're scared to fight because we're supposed to humble ourselves. No, God didn't say we wasn't supposed to be nobody's doorstep or doormat.
My God told me don't worry about the first death, worry about the second one.
That's right.
And that tells me to stand up against that damn evil, even if it kills your ass, right?
That's right.
There you go.
That's right.
I mean, people back in the day, they didn't hide behind that Bible. They packed that Bible and they packed it with pride. They packed it because it made them know that, no matter what happened, no matter, they stood strong because they stood with God and they knew no matter what they that they were doing the righteous things in the eyes of God. And it made them just stronger knowing that they was going to have a better life, even if this life took them out. Right. Mm-hmm. But people today, they hide behind that Bible and act like the cowards that they really are and use that Bible to do it with. Well, you do what you need to do, but I'm going to do what I need to do as well. Right. God gave me a suit of armor and he wouldn't have gave that to me if I wasn't supposed to stand up and fight.
Yep. Well, I think law enforcement is it true that the on the 15th, the night they come out there, that Don and Grandis and the boys was outside talking to law enforcement. Candace was in the house. Is that correct? And that law
Yes.
enforcement didn't really go in and talk to her.
No. Kansas
See, I
was
don't.
in
I
the
don't
night that
understand.
on the 15th. On the 15th, here's what happened up on 110 Ben Hill Road.
Mm-hmm.
Donald came flying in.
Mhm.
He saw two cops there, so he went past them because
Yeah.
he started to sweat. Is what
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
And he went right past them and went down into the ravine, looking around, thinking, "Oh shit, trying to collect himself,
Yeah.
thinking of what can I do." Now he comes back up and he thinks that he's going to tell him, like, give him a bullshit story. I'm going to go, look for my daughter, and at some drug dealers' houses. So he comes, pulls back out of there onto the road, and yeah, he goes to look at some dealer's house. Right, there's only one dealer, as Ronnie Lawson said. And Donald, what he wanted was to get his vehicle off that damn thing, because he went down to the end of the road and parked his vehicle, got out, and walked back down through that way, and caught up with Andy, Jody Sue, and all of them. Right.
Mhm.
I also understand that him and Candace were texting because they didn't want the cops overhearing what they were saying, which they felt that was very laughable. And
You know,
Candace, when she got back onto the land, we lost somebody. When Candace got back on the land, she ran her ass into the house and avoided the cops at all costs. Grandis and Donald was the ones outside, trying to handle everything. The church got there. The one guy took the boys and kind of entertained them. And Candace is in the house on the phone with Allie, talking about how she needs to go to bed to get up the next morning to go to the police station. And then she gets up the next morning. Grandis and Donald goes to the police station, but she don't. And they have to send a fucking car out there to pick her up. Actually, take Grandis off to watch the kids and pick her ass up and take her in for a lie detector's test, which she did not pass. She failed miserably to the point she was pulling shit off because she knew she couldn't have passed it. Donald sits there, acts like he's falling asleep to not pass, because they needed to do the research on how to pass that shit, right? What drugs can you take to pass it?
I
And
don't
that's
know.
what,
I ain't never had to do one. I
and
hope I
he's been
never
in
have to
jail
take one.
now, all cleaned out and everything. Why don't they give him one before he leaves? Let's do another one now and see how it turns out, right?
Well, what I don't understand, what is just totally confusing to me, is that law enforcement would allow that to go on, because in the town that I live in, say something like that happened, there would be a cop with the family members outside, and then there would be a cop with the family members inside. They would separate the family members, and they would be talking to them individually, get stories, and then the cops get together and put their stuff back together. I don't understand why that wasn't taking place. Like, I just don't understand why law enforcement wasn't doing the things that in other cities they just do normally.
Absolutely.
Because
That's
they
what
would
I'm
have hauled
talking about.
me in, and they wouldn't let me go home until they either found that baby or something, like, y'all know that. And they would have separated the family members, and each family member would have had a cop, and then the cops go back together, and then they join their little stories to make everybody's stories meet.
Right.
I don't understand why that didn't happen.
Exactly.
I
I mean, usually you're right. Usually there is separation.
Yeah, they do. I mean, if you watch any cop show on TV, that's what they do. They
And
separate.
I know that law enforcement suspected Candace's ass
Oh,
from
yeah.
day one,
So,
because
yeah.
I'll tell you why. They wasn't showing up at Donald's work talking to Donald. They wasn't following Donald around. They wasn't showing up at the house to talk to Donald. They was showing up at the house to talk to Candace. Donald was having, I know at least 2 to 3 occasions when Donald had to rush home because law enforcement was there questioning Candace and she freaking out.
Huh.
Yeah. One time they was there to take a bunch of, they had already took their phones, but then they came back. Uh, I'd say they came back about 4 to 5 months into it and took a bunch of other stuff. Because I was on the phone with Donald when they did it.
I just can't believe the cops conducted it. I'm just shocked, because it wouldn't have happened that way where I live. Like, it just wouldn't. And I don't get it. I'm just at a loss. Like,
Right.
literally, it puts you at a loss. You don't even know what to say.
Right.
How
It
could
does.
they be so dumb
Well,
and not dumb? I don't want to say dumb. I don't know what word I want to say. Y'all put something in there for me. But how can they be so whatever to miss the key? Because that evidence is gone. The key point.
you mean how could they be so negligent?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And there's certain evidence that you get in the first little bit of arriving on a scene, and once you lose that moment or that time there, it's gone, and you can't get that back. And they did. They missed it. And
the CPS there is a joke. The CPS in Tennessee is a big damn joke. I'm going to be honest with you. We got a very lazy system. We've got a very lazy system.
That's
If
just
you don't
not-
believe that, just if you don't believe that, just what I'm saying is you take CPS for example, and you take a family that's nasty, like totally really fucking nasty. I'm talking these bitches. You take these these bitches that didn't quit eating drugs while they were pregnant, and they just kept eating their drugs, drinking their liquor. I mean, their kids got fed alcohol poison, and what I'm saying is their
Bad
kids
situation.
have special needs, right?
Yeah,
Their kids
yeah.
come out being special needs and everything. Ain't all there. And they're just dirty people. The kids are dirty. You got lice, you've got bugs. I mean, you got what I'm saying is you don't want to go in the house and sit down on that fucking sofa, right? You don't even want to go in that house at all. You don't even want to go by the gate. You can smell the stench. You can smell the stench outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
And CPS, what you don't understand is they don't want to mess with these places. But if you find a good family, a rich family, for instance, that's raising her kids properly and everything, and you have that one of them little rich kids say, "Oh, mommy smacked me,"
Mm-hmm.
and she
Yep.
probably did because the kid is spoilt brat, got mouthy, and she probably did smack her, right?
Right.
Well, but now you're going to have this family be pulled through the fucking ringer. Why? Because they can afford all the court costs. They can afford the fucking lawyers. They can afford all the bullshit, right? And the caseworker don't mind taking that ass and walking into that fucking rich house and sitting on that damn big sofa, do they?
That's right.
So, and it's a very lazy fucking system, and the people that need the help ain't getting it.
Mm-hmm. You're
Or should I
absolutely
say
right.
the people needing the help ain't getting it.
Yeah.
It's everybody else getting it. And we, the taxpayers, are getting it too, because we pay them to save children like Summer, and the motherfuckers failed us miserably, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They failed us.
Yep.
And most of all, they failed her.
They failed the kid, all the kids.
Yes,
Failed her,
absolutely.
all the kids.
Summer is not the only child in that situation. And, there's
Summer's
many,
just a
there's
child.
many children. Somewhere right now, there's some sick bastard crawling in the bed with a child.
Yep.
Somewhere right now, there is another child. There is another child worried that the sick bastard's going to show up tonight. What I'm saying is no child should ever have to go through this shit. But they are. They are. and it's fucking horrible.
Yes, it is. Yes,
You
it
know,
is.
what do we do about it? What can we do about it?
You have to
You
educate
know,
your children. I
and
believe that.
there's people reporting it. There's people
Yeah.
reporting it every second. You know, there's people, I'm sure, family members, neighbors, friends, schools, they're reporting it.
Yeah.
But child protective services and our law do not, and they act like they do not know how to handle fucking perverts. They act like they don't know how to handle them. I mean, it's disgusting. I know how to handle them. I definitely know how to handle them. But you know, our fucking law enforcement needs to learn how to do that, right? That's what I'm saying. You know, we created the law. We wanted law so that it wouldn't be, you know, so we didn't have to put up with the Wild Wild West, right? We created a law because it makes, you know, it makes things fair. But what you don't understand is we created the law. When the law was created, it wasn't created to protect fucking criminals. It was created to protect people that were not criminals. It was created to protect the innocent people from being pulled out in the middle of the road, right? Not the fucking criminals. The criminals are supposed to be the ones, the law's supposed to be the ones pulling them out in the fucking road and doing with them what needs to be done, damn it.
Yeah.
What the hell are we doing?
Yep.
I mean, something went wrong somewhere. I mean, somewhere people just lost common sense and normal fucking thinking.
Well, I still say we lost it when we stopped having families sit at the supper table at night and eat without cell phones.
I think we
Whether
lost
that be
it. I think we lost it when we got a bunch of snakes in our own family and wanted them to be protected, right?
yeah.
That's where we lost it. We lost it when we got all the you know, the fucking criminals around us, and we let our heart for them let all the other fucking criminals go as well, right? And what you don't understand is back in the day, if you know, families shunned criminals. They shunned them. I mean, they didn't. And let me tell you, if your family is a criminal and they will fuck over other people, they will at some time fuck you over as well. Criminals are criminals, man. There is no you know, honor amongst criminals. That's what I'm saying. And you know, whether it's your family or not, you got to do the right thing. If people are criminals, send them up the creek. I mean, nobody needs to put up with that shit. Nobody. You know, I feel bad for criminals as well. You know, that they have to have the fucked up mind that they have, that they feel they had to do this dirty criminalized shit that they do, right? But at the end of the day, I feel a lot better when that fucking criminal is behind bars than out here on the street doing something to a good, innocent, loving person, right?
Yep.
You've got to weed that shit out. You've got to weed the bad away from the good, or it will destroy everybody. And that's what we're forgetting as a society. And that's why we're all hiding up in our homes and not trusting nobody, because you don't know who can be trusted, because we haven't weeded that shit away from us fast enough and quick enough as we have been coming down the line to 2022. They used to weed it out quick, and that way towns and cities and stuff were safe. But the minute that they quit weeding it out, you know, putting the insane in insane asylums and putting the criminals in prisons and one thing and another, is, you know, we let up on the law. We did away with the, you know, the mental institutions and everything, and we turned it all loose on the streets. And what did it do? It ran you into your home, and you feel like a fucking prisoner now. You are the ones in jail.
Yeah, but I don't know, Prayer Garden. I believe it's much simpler than that. I believe it all started when we families stopped being families and we stopped sitting down having supper with each other. We
Seven
stopped sitting
people,
down.
seven people dead yesterday.
That's
Seven
right.
people went to a parade,
And
4th of July parade, to have a good time, with their family. You know, they joining together for something beautiful.
And you
And
know what?
7 people dead now, and a lot of other ones hurt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's not forget about the school shooting a few weeks ago. You know, 19 and teachers gone too.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
And if they would start making an example, I said something to my husband today, and I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. The boy that did the shooting yesterday.
right,
I told my husband when they caught him, and you see the picture where they get him out the party.
right.
I told my husband, I said, why are they even wasting their time? If they know it was him, they should have shot him right there. I said, and I know that's very harsh, and I shouldn't say that, but at the same time, if we would start making examples, these kids would realize we mean business, and these guns ain't no play. And another thing, why are we selling these rifles to these young kids and stuff?
Let me tell you something. Let's go back to the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
When people had to actually hunt for their food and everything, right? And there was kids out there 12, 13, 14 years old packing a shotgun, right? With their dads, or alone. A lot of kids went hunting alone. Let me tell you something. Those children brought back what? A rabbit. They brought back a deer. They brought back something to put on the table.
It was food.
They didn't, you know what? They didn't
shoot people.
They didn't bring back muddy boots where they just buried people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they shot them up. What I'm trying to say is these people back then, it was way harder to get an education. A lot of people were very uneducated, as in book smart, in the 1800s, early 1900s, actually all the way up until, let's say the 90s, 2000s, right? And I'm going to tell you perfectly, you take from the beginning of the 1990s backwards. And you heard of riots at a school, throwing pop bottle sticks, bricks, and stuff like that, right? But you didn't hear of nobody getting shot, stabbed, razored up. You didn't hear none of that shit going on. I mean, a lot of things went on in the world, but nothing like that. Now you take from the 1990s coming forward. I mean, they all of a sudden, these kids they had to wear school uniforms because they were getting their shoes taken, their coats taken, their clothes taken, and they were getting stabbed, they were getting razor blade, cutting them up. Guns being brought in. What I'm saying is, where the hell, what expired, what went on to cause this? What happened? What happened from at the beginning of 1990s forward?
Prayer Garden,
and made this all expire. You know what I'm saying?
You just said it yourself a minute ago. You said in the 1800s, 12-year-old boys went out packing shotguns, and they went out and they got food and provided for their families. That's right. Children back then were taught to respect guns. They were taught what they were used for. And you said it. They would go out with their dads and with their families. Right. These kids now, that's what they're missing, is their families and their dads and the love, and to realize that there is a repercussion when they shoot that gun. It's not a video game anymore. Well, we don't have to go out, and we don't have to shoot for our food anymore. We don't have to hunt for it. We can go to the grocery store.
I tell you what happened. The 1990s forward.
That's what happened.
Is you let a lot of parents let their kids become little drug dealers, right?
That's right.
And these little drug dealers, snot-nosed drug dealers, were scared, so they started packing. and then they started shooting one another, and it got out of control. And the law, the long arm of the law, didn't get it in control, did they? No,
Didn't
the
handle
law
it.
started being afraid that they're shooting at them too. And what so what conspired is it got out of control. It became, it became a trend. The you had all these dealers running around in their cars that bopped up and down, and their music. And what does their music say? Kill this, kill that, kill. I mean, what you don't understand is this is a society that was being fed like to be animals instead of humans, right?
That's right. That's right. Look, watch on our TVs what they're showing on our TVs and stuff, and they're showing it over and over and over, so we learn to accept it.
Well,
It
what you
doesn't
don't
matter
understand
started
is
happening.
what you don't understand
Oh,
is
I
the old folks, because I am a history buff. I love wisdom. I love knowledge, and I thank God He instills it upon me. All glory be to Him, right? But here's the thing: is what people don't understand is what we don't understand is one. This is the way it's supposed to go, right? We're in the book of Revelations.
right.
There's not a whole lot you could do
Can do.
when
Yeah.
what
Right.
I'm saying is you can fight all. It's maybe a little too late. What I'm saying is we
Oh,
didn't get a handle on it when we should have got a handle on it, but we also can't. What I'm saying is no one's ever stopped anything that's going to happen in the Bible. That's for sure. We
That's right.
can't stop it. And it says that this world is supposed to get more. It's supposed to get like Sodom and Gomorrah, right? It's supposed to get
Yeah.
like Sodom, and is it not like Sodom and Gomorrah now? I think it is.
I don't. I think it can get a whole lot worse, and I think the
I
problem.
I'm going to be honest with you. No, I absolutely no.
Oh,
I think
yes,
that
it
the start.
can.
I think the start of it was when you needed to shut down your windows, and then it came to where you needed to lock your doors, and then it came to where you need to, even if you're in your home, you need to pack a gun
Prayer garden.
because you just feel so unsafe. I mean, how much worse does it get when
Prayer
you're
garden.
packing a fucking gun inside your own fucking house, wherever you go, because you don't feel that you can trust not being away from your gun? And that's the society we live in now, right?
Prayer garden.
Yes,
I
it is.
promise you. I promise you. It can get worse than what we
I don't
have
think
now.
so. I
Well,
don't think so. When
okay.
you've got a gun in one hand and a roll of toilet paper in the other one, you're pretty much ain't getting worse than that. That's the truth.
Hey, but you're doing pretty good if you got a gun and a roll of toilet paper now. It ain't too bad. You got the shit covered. I mean, look at it. If you got a roll, if you got a roll of toilet paper and a gun, you got your shit covered. So what you
gotta
worried
thank
about?
God for them both, right?
That's right. You got your shit covered. So what you worried about?
Oh, trust me, I ain't worried. But there's a lot of folks out there that is.
That's
And
right.
what I worry about is, what I worry about is those old folks that ain't got their shit covered, that are, that are ending up dead in their home because some fucking Joe wants to break in, rape the old lady, kill the freaking husband. These people didn't never think they'd see this on this earth, but they did, right? And that's the shit I'm talking about. And it can't get no worse. I think it is as worse as it's going to get. I think that what people need to do is they need to get their houses in order, and just get ready, because I think the Lord's coming anytime, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I
it
do
says
too.
it says to pray and watch, because if you don't, He's coming like a thief in the night, and you will be left behind. And and I think that that's what we should be looking for now, is the Lord, because people are no longer in a church house praying that things get better. People are actually praying that this world gets over with.
You're very right about that. I know a lot of people are praying that, honey.
Absolutely.
I know a lot of people are praying that.
And when people are praying that, when people are no longer praying for it to get better, but they're praying for, when people start praying for it just to be done, it's pretty much going to be done.
but that makes me so sad. I've got a 3-year-old granddaughter, and that's just sad.
It don't make me sad because
It does in a way, but it don't. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean,
I'm not scared to die, and I'm ready to go.
I'd
but
rather,
also I got a 3-year. You know what I mean? Like,
here's my thing. I'd rather see my 3-year-old granddaughter in Jesus's hands going up in the air, to live
I've already
forever
got one that's done
in
that. So I'd
a
like to
place
see
away
them
from
do it.
this, than to see my 3-year-old granddaughter have to be, have to. What I'm saying is, here's what I'm saying. If the Lord came tomorrow and your 3-year-old granddaughter was extended up into the air to be took away with God forever, and you're not gonna worry because
No,
she's in the best hands she could ever be in, right?
and Prayer Garden,
But
I've already got one granddaughter that's already done that. So
but I
just
bet
other
you
than that,
but I
like,
bet you worry right now every second about your granddaughter.
oh yeah, I
You
worry about
know,
every child and how people are going to make it nowadays with and what it does. I just worry about all that. Um,
do do you ever remember do you ever remember you know do you ever remember the days when you locked up the doors and you just laid your head down, went to sleep, and just like got up the next day and everything's wonderful, and and it just goes that way for a beautiful time, that you just feel safe in your home. You felt safe, coming and going. You just had that safe feeling. Well, you don't have that anymore. You don't feel safe in your home. You don't feel safe outside. You don't feel safe anywhere anymore. Why? Because that's how evil this world has gotten. It really has. And every day we're talking about all of these babies that are being abused and being snatched, just snatched away, and took them from us. They had every, we think, oh, they had every right to their life. Well, you're absolutely right. They did. But some evil cocksucker, whether it be the parents, whether it be another family member, whether it be a total stranger, it don't matter. Some some cocksucker felt that they had, the right and the power to destroy human life. Now,
it's because human life doesn't have value anymore.
do we think that, that's okay? Hell no.
No.
It's not okay. We did, we and that person that they do this to deserves justice, right? I mean, who does this person think they are to be able to, to feel that they have a right to take someone else's life away from them? Who do they think they are to be, to think they have a right? What I'm telling, you know, parents, when you have children, you don't own those. Yes, they're your children to treat with love, kindness, caring, and respect, not to beat the hell out of, tell what to do, and lord it over. That's bullshit right there. That's bullshit.
They're not yours. They're a gift. They're God's.
Absolutely.
They're a gift.
We all belong to
for
God.
us to take care of and for
Right.
us to raise in His image. That's what we're supposed
Well,
to do.
we all want our freedom, don't we? We all want our freedom. We don't want nobody telling us what to do.
Well,
we
God
want
knows.
our freedom to live how we want to live and everything.
Right.
But the problem with humans today is they want to tell everybody else how to live their life, right? They don't want to be told, but they want to tell people.
Well, of course.
And I think that people need to live their own fucking life and let other people live theirs, including your children. Your children are little human beings. They're little human beings that have a right to live and think and do everything the way they want to think. I mean, I seen videos where parents were throwing their kids out. Pack your shit, get out. Who'd you vote for at school today? Trump, get out of here. We ain't Trump fan. Here's the thing. That child, no matter who that child voted for at school, you should have respected it. Because that child has every right to be its individual person. It don't fucking have to be you or think like you or act like you or any damn thing like you. Because it's not you. God gave you your life to live it, damn it. But don't expect other people to live like you.
Hey, Prayer Garden. Kind of funny that you're talking about that because I have lupus and I have a tattoo on the lower part of my leg. And Granddaddy used to say all the time, live, let live. And that's
Amen.
what I got tattooed on my leg with a lupus symbol is live, let live. And I mean that. I live my life and I let everybody else live theirs. And that's all you can do. And you got to love people where they are right there, not where you want them to
Absolutely.
be,
Absolutely.
not where
You
you want
know,
them to be.
Jesus came here. He came here to overcome evilness, to overcome sin, right? And
Right.
so we could overcome it as well through him. And that was the greatest gift that anyone could ever gave us, right? God gave us the greatest gift, which was his son, and his son gave us the greatest gift, which is eternal life through him. Through him, we get to live forever now. And you know, the thing is why are we not destroying evil the way they came here to destroy evil as well? We don't have to live with that stuff. We don't need to live with it. You know, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you got two kinds of people in this world right now. You know, I mean, as in the good people. You got the ones that are scared and they hide, and you got the other ones that ain't scared, but they're willing to do whatever they have to do to make sure that evil doesn't invade them, right? I mean, what I'm saying is you have the ones that are strong and saying, you know, I'm not going to back down. I'll stand up at the gates of hell. I'm not going to back down. I'm going to do what I have to do. I'm going to get through this life and I don't care. You know, don't mess with me. And you know, but either way it is. Either way it is, it's still stressful, right?
Mhm.
It's still stressful because one is, you know, one is hiding out of fear and the other one is basically, you know, saying, damn, I might have to do something I don't want to do today because of the insane people that's running around these streets thinking that they have some kind of right to attack people when they don't, right?
Yep. And it just amazes me how the younger generation there's no they don't have any there's no value on human life anymore. And
Absolutely not.
they don't have
They
any value to it.
well, we know that by, you know, we know that you got that, you know, my body, my right. You
Well,
know, my
yeah,
body, my
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Well, you
Well,
know,
that's true, but there's always a but to that. It's your body, you're right, but you got to act right. You can't be expecting everybody to. You can't be going out and breaking the law. And
I got news. I got news for everybody. No, it's not your body. It's not your right. It's God's body, buddy.
well,
God created every human. You
yeah,
belong to him, and you better be doing his will instead of your own. It's not your body. It's your not your you are a vessel of God, or
that's
you're
right.
supposed to be.
That's
He's
right.
the one that created everything, including you. And by God, you better be living for him. I don't think I want to I'm me personally, I am not going to tell God my body, my right. Hell no. Ain't not PG. I'm
Mm-mm.
going to tell you something. Matter of fact, God should have right now. I don't think I'd be saying nothing. You would hear me go silent. I ain't got nothing to say because I'm going to tell you what God's way is the right way and it's the only way. And you know, my Bible says got 10 commandments, and one of them is thou shalt not kill. Right?
Mhm.
Thou shalt not kill. People better think about that.
Yeah,
And if you love your life so damn much, what made you think that somebody else wouldn't have loved theirs? There you go.
yeah. But it's
You
to
know,
me, it's just crazy that that boy that did that. I mean, what my I don't know. It's just what made that kid do that other than just being
pure
pure
evilness,
evilness.
pure evilness. You know, what I'm saying is,
No.
What made him do it? The fact that he could. What
Yeah,
makes people do,
I
I'm going
guess
to tell you
you're
what
right.
evil,
Yes, like to could.
evil people have a saying. You ask any of them why they do things. Because I can. Because I can. Well, you know what? We are supposed to be saying, no, you fucking can't, right? Until people stand up and say, no, you can't,
Yeah,
then they will still think they can. That's
yeah.
what I'm talking about.
Sway Lady Chiz in chat said that she told her older children not to have kids. And you know what? Me and my youngest daughter had the same discussion of not wanting to have kids and bring them into this world. And it's sad
Well,
that you've got 20 and 30-year-old girls or
it is
women
it
that
is
are having
so
to think about that,
it is so stressful. It is so stressful to have to worry constantly about a child because you love it so much.
Yeah,
You love it so much that the stress can be so overwhelming, because you know how the world is. You know what it is. But you know what? Um, Here's my thing. If God puts a child in my womb, I'm having it.
right, right. That's absolutely right.
Because I know God is going to watch over it, right?
Right.
If God brings me to it, he's going to bring me through it.
That's right.
And
And I'm not
and
saying
that child, and like I said, that child is not, it's that child is not mine. That's God's child for me
right.
to watch over. I'm his angel.
Well,
You
I'm not
know,
saying that, Prayer Garden. I'm just saying it's sad and it's very concerning when, as a 50-year-old mother, my, 25, 30-year-old daughter comes to me and says, Mom, I don't really want to have no other kids because I don't want to bring them into the world. Well,
right.
I remember 25 years ago when I was having her, I didn't think that way.
No,
I have to think that way. And it's
no.
sad that my daughter has to think that way, and then she has to say, "Mom, I'm worried about bringing a child into the world." Like that's what I'm saying. That's a hard conversation to have, and it's sad. It's just sad.
Right.
I don't know how else to say it. It's concerning.
It used to be that like my mother, for instance, and with her mother, my grandmother used to come and, visit a lot. My grandmother used to come and visit a lot. But, and my mom and her and my grandfather usually hung out with us kids. I loved my grandfather.
Yeah, I was a
But,
grandfather to kids.
Tell you stories, big tales, and one thing and another. But, my grandmother and my mom would have coffee at the table, and they talk about, um, Tupperware, and they talk about, Avon books, and they talk about, all what was in the newspaper, and all of these great things or recipes and one thing and
Mhm.
another, and they just, they look so happy and everything.
Uh-huh.
And, and it came my turn to sit at the table, to drink a little coffee with my mother, and we were talking still about recipes. I mean, pretty much Tupperware was gone. I don't know where that stuff went, but and Avon was pretty much dead, right? Um,
Yeah.
so we would talk about recipes, but most of all, my mother would, always make sure you turn off the stove, make sure you lock up the doors, check your windows. Um, because the worry had already started, right?
Right.
The
Yeah.
worry had already started. And now I sit with my kids. I mean, they're not old enough to have a cup of coffee or anything, but they do get their juice box, and I sit there and stare at them, and I wonder, when we're drinking coffee, what will we be talking about? Because I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, you're so stressed out every day, just praying that nothing bad happens, right?
Hmm.
So, what are you going to talk to your children about? Like you said, you're talking about not having children at all. That's scary
Yeah, it is. It is scary.
because, I want my grandchildren if I'm still here, right?
Me too.
I mean, I want my grandbabies. I want to know. I want to know what it's like to treat my grandkids better than. I mean, I want to know what it's like to
Oh,
tell.
girl,
I want
it's
to. I
so
want
much
to know what
fun.
it's like to tell my children. You know, I want to be accused. Like, I told my mother, man, you never treated us like that. Why do they get cookies? Why do they get this and that? Why do you let them get away with all this shit? I want to know what it's like to have my children say to me, why do you let them get away with everything?
Oh,
We
it's
didn't
so
get
much.
away with
It's so
we
much
want to
fun.
hear that, right?
Yeah, I do. I've already started hearing that. My daughter does that all the time. You would never let me do that, Mom, when I was a little girl. I said no because you wasn't as special as she is.
Right. I mean, I remember if I got in the refrigerator, my mom would be like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
get out of there. You break the mayonnaise jar. Just and I mean, like, you know, I seen my sister's kids get in the refrigerator, and my mom didn't do nothing.
Right.
I
And
was
if you
like,
would have
why
got
they
there,
allowed
you
to
got a
do?
piece of this.
Yeah, why didn't you get on their ass about this? But my mom really didn't get to spend a lot of time or anything. I mean, some of my kids didn't, get to see even, spend time. But um, the thing is in the others were, the one I had was too young. So, but I did watch my sister's kids, and I did ask, and my sister even asked why do they get to do things, and I think to myself, you know, these are words you want to hear, right?
Mm-hmm. You do.
You want it,
So much fun.
and not only that, but I want to know why. I mean, I want to have them grandkids so I understand why I let them get away with stuff. Why did our parents do it? I won't know till I get there, right?
Yeah.
I won't know till I get there. And I want to get there because there must be something great about them grandkids.
Honey, it is. It is. There ain't
You
nothing
know,
in the world like a grandchild. I'm gonna tell you. And I never thought. Look, I'm not a kid person. I will tell you.
is
I
it
don't
is
like.
it because is it because you don't have to put up with them like you do your own 24/7?
No, I don't
Is
think
it
that's it.
is
I
it
don't,
because you know is it because you mellowed out and you're
yeah, I do.
just
Look,
easier on people? I
you
mean,
you know what it is, PG. I'll tell you exactly what it is. When I was raising my daughter, I was doing exactly that. I was working a full time job. I was keeping my house clean, raising my kids. I didn't have time to stop and enjoy my kids. Now that I'm in the grandparent role, I'm able to stop and enjoy that child. Where before I was working too hard. Now my daughter's working. You know what I'm saying? Like she's the one working the full time job. She's the one, and I'm able to enjoy it. So I do think it's that, and I think you gain a lot of knowledge and wisdom as you raise your own. You see what you wouldn't do, and you gain a lot of patience. You do. You get a lot of patience. As you get older.
yeah.
So that's truly what it is. And I do because I remember, my kids, it was times I didn't, look, I would go to the PTA meeting and I remember sitting there going, "Oh God, hurry up. I just want to go home." And you don't stop and take in the moment, because you're so busy. You're just going through the motions of life. And
Right.
and as a grandparent, you're able to stop and enjoy those. And
You
so
know,
that ultimately is what it is.
my daughter threw me back. She literally threw me back. Um, she looked at me and just stared at me for a minute, and she looked at me and she says, "I'm so glad you're my mom."
Oh.
I don't know where it came from or why, but I thought, wow, you know, the lucky one is me, to have such a beautiful child, you know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And I don't know. I know I love my kids an awful, awful lot. And I don't know. Do you love your grandchildren even more? Or? I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
you
know.
do. Well, it's not that you. Yeah, you do. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
you.
you do.
Well, yeah, sort of. Yeah, in a way, yeah. And I hate to say that, but yeah, in a way, sort of, you do. Yeah, it's weird, but you do. And my daughter would say, "You're right, you do." But yeah, you kind of do. I don't know, PG. It's weird,
You
but
know, I kind of felt that, you know,
yeah, you
I
do.
kind of I kind of got the hint that my mother did, you
Yeah,
know.
you really
I
kind of
mean,
do.
that's how you feel, but also you got to take note that, you got to take note that your
Your mom.
moms have full responsibility over you, not somebody else. And you know, what I'm saying is grandkids belong to your kids, right? And and I guess that, you don't feel as responsible,
Right,
as 100%. You don't feel the nervousness and everything as you do as a parent,
right, right.
What I'm saying is, like, you take a dog that has a pack of puppies, right? And that dog will bite everyone to protect those puppies.
Hmm.
And that's a lot of stress. I'm sure if the puppies had puppies, the dog, that had that ain't gonna act like that, you know,
Right.
over the puppies. I'm sure it's gonna like the puppies and care
Care
about them and
about it.
everything, but I don't think it's gonna have the stress that, what I'm saying is your kids are your 100% responsibility, right?
Right.
They are 100% your responsibility. And I guess Candace didn't know that. Candace obviously didn't see what a gift her children were to her. She obviously didn't see, um, you know, what a blessing little Summer was, or her boys. I think more so her boys than she did Summer, right?
Right. Yeah.
And
I think she was
and
closer to the boys. I
yeah,
didn't
for
think
some reason,
just well, it's like me. I think when I'm not like Candace, but what I was fixing to say is like I I have more guy friends than I do girl friends. You know what I'm saying? Just
right?
because I get along with guys better than I do with girls. Always have, even in high school, like, and
Right.
you know how you've met other women like that, like they just get along with guys better than they
Well,
communicate with women.
well,
And
I
maybe
think
that's why.
I think that women. I think that's pretty much for all women. I
Yeah,
think for all women, they get along with men better because they don't feel threatened by men like they do other women.
yeah,
I'm friends with everybody. I mean, I love women just as much as I do men, but then again, I'm not looking for no damn man,
no, well, I'm just
or
saying, I just
anything. But
always have more in common with men. For some reason,
right.
like I just, I seem to always just have more in common. And so
Well,
that's
you know what
why,
they say. It's easy for a man. It's easy for a man to find a lot of women, sleep with a lot of women, but it's
it's
hard for
hard.
men to talk to women, right? I
Mhm.
mean, um, they really usually don't have, you know, a lot in common. What I'm saying is, I think that like women meet a lot of men, and very few of them you can really talk to, right? And when you find that one you could talk to, they become like your best friend, and then it escalates from there, right? And usually you'll end up married and living forever together. But
Wait a minute now, girl. Look, hold on. I've got several friends that are males that we have been friends for 20
right.
years, and I ain't never slept with one of them. Don't
Oh
want
no,
to,
I
don't
have I
care
have I have
to,
many men friends
you
as
know.
well.
Yeah, so I
And
don't think
you
that
know
always happens.
and I don't sleep with them, but
Yeah, because I think
um
that's
woman. Now, a lot of that's the woman, girl, because you know some of them women go
But
out and say, "Oh, I just can't make
I
no men friends," and
I
then that's all
can't
they
I
want.
can't talk to men about recipes and laundry and
But see, I don't
and
really talk about that stuff a whole lot
and
anyway.
kids and stuff like that, And now my girlfriends, oh, I can talk to all that stuff,
Yeah,
I can all of that stuff, and sometimes you just need those
you do.
women to talk to, you really do.
Yeah, like I have one girlfriend. We've been best friends for 33 years. She's the only girl friend I have. And I tell her everything. But then I have all my guy friends, and I do my thing with them. I ride
Right.
motorcycles, all this kind of stuff.
Oh, wow,
Yeah,
really?
yeah, I ride
There you
motorcycles,
go.
all that stuff. So that's why I have to have guy friends. Come on now.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I've always,
Right.
I don't know. I'm not a big recipe talker. I'd rather be
Right.
out searching with the search dogs. You know what I mean? Like
Yes, I absolutely heard
no,
that.
I'm just more that type. I've never been,
Right.
always been so and all. But yeah. I don't
Right.
know. It's just really sad what has gone on in Summer's case. The amount of drama, the amount of things that's come up that's taken the spotlight off of her. It's just really, and the fact that Hawkins County has dropped the ball the way they have, in the way that FBI hasn't stepped in and done anymore. It's just a real bad situation, and I think the only way we're going to get this case solved is if we keep pressure on law enforcement, like letting them know that we're still talking about Summer. We hadn't forgot about her. We're not going to forget about it. And, it's not putting pressure on them. We're not, because we know they're doing the best job they can with whatever they have. We have to give them that benefit of the doubt.
We
Um,
have to have faith in our law
Yes,
system.
we do, and that's what I'm saying. We have to give them that benefit of the doubt, but at the same time, we got to let them know we're not forgetting about Summer either. And all these
Right.
other cases are stacking up, and yeah, her case is getting farther behind. But guess what? We haven't forgot about her, and we're not going to forget about her. So, and I think that's how we keep the pressure on them, just keeping her name out there. And
Right.
Summer represents a whole lot of little girls and little boys that are in her and her brother's same situation. And that's what she does. She represents it, and she shed a lot of light on a way of life that has been happening that people have turned their eyes to and didn't want to act like was happening. And it has been happening in that part of the country for a long.
Right.
So,
Um,
and Summer has shed a light to that. And I think that's that's the one thing,
I
that
think Summer has brought a lot to the table in the way things, should be handled in missing child's cases. I really think that she has initiated a lot of people to fight to get the laws changed.
right, and to do something. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You're absolutely right. And all. Because that's ultimately the only way, we're going to get it done is to get the laws changed, because that's where it's got to start. You know, we,
Um,
which is
Golden,
aggravating, 'cause that's a slow process. You know.
Golden, um, I love White Window Baby. I love White Window Baby, and I ain't ever getting
Oh,
getting rid of White Window Baby. That's my right hand right there, hon. No, no, White Window Baby going nowhere, nowhere. I'm sorry to tell everybody, but I love
Jesus.
her.
Wow. Mm, goodness.
I don't think you did anything, White Window Baby. I don't think you've done nothing. God bless. Um, you know, eh, one thing I've learned in life is, everybody ain't gonna like you, right?
Oh gosh, no. I got a bunch of folks don't like me, girl.
Everybody ain't gonna like you.
And
I
probably
mean,
Jody Sue Brown won't like me after that. She don't
you're
even know.
always gonna, yeah, you're always gonna have that pick a number and stand in line, right?
Dang right. Yeah,
I
dang
think
right.
for PG, uh, the ones at the end of the line, they're gonna still be there as long after I'm gone.
Yeah,
That's a
right.
long
That's
wait.
right. That's a long line. Yeah. You taking the number to get in line. That's gonna be a long line. Yeah.
And the sad thing is when people are in that line, that that line of hate, um, it's nobody's fault but their own.
That's
Because love and kindness would have been a lot nicer, right?
goes a long way. Goes a
Love
lot
and
longer
kindness,
way.
man. I mean, I'd rather have a friend than a foe
Dang right.
any day, any
Right.
day. We as humans, we ain't going to always agree upon things. We're not always going to agree upon anything. That's what makes us different and unique. And, um, and that's beautiful. That's the beautifulness, because even I don't agree with someone. I took what they said in consideration. I pondered it over, and if nothing else, learned something from it, right?
That's
And
right.
I'm thankful for that.
That's right.
So, that person is a friend, and so we respectfully agree to disagree, and still love each other at the end of the day, and that's what family does,
Yep.
and that those are the people that's going to be in heaven, is the ones that know that we're not going to always agree, but we should always love one another.
Absolutely.
That's the important thing in life, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's what it is. And disagreeing don't mean that you have to be mean or hateful or ugly. I mean, the flesh, when someone disagrees with you, the flesh can be like, why can't they understand this and this? But if you stay in the spirit says, hey, God made us all different, and that's okay. You know, um, their way of thinking ain't your way of thinking, but thank God for that, right? Thank God for that, because um, it's those people that didn't think like you that teaches you a lot, and vice versa.
Be a crazy place if everybody thought about like me.
Right.
Like it would be a crazy place.
You know,
Even worse.
exactly. Have you ever had that person that you say, grab something, help me move this, and it's just so easy to move
Yeah.
because they're just like perfect helping you move something.
Right.
It's great. But
Yep.
then you find this other person, you say, hey, help me move this, and the shit's falling off, and
You
and
start
you know
on the side of it, and they go.
yeah, it's just like put it down, get out of here, type thing. um you know the thing is everybody don't work well together, right?
That's right.
Everybody. But you know what, you should be thankful that the person was even willing to work with you at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it might have not have worked out. It might not have been easy to move, but it wasn't easy for them either, was it?
No.
No, it was hard on both of you, because you wasn't in coordination like you are with some people. But just because you're in coordination with someone doesn't mean that those are your soulmates. No, everybody's your soulmate, because even the person that was hard, both of you hard to get it done, you were still willing to help one another to get it done.
Right.
And you should be thankful for that. A lot of people want to look at the bad side of life. I want to look at the good side of it.
Yeah.
It gets you a lot farther when and makes you a lot better person when you're willing to do that.
Yeah. You can't look at the bad side of life. You gotta look at the good side. I mean,
Absolutely.
there's enough bad. You don't need to, you know, look at the bad side without a doubt. But
Right. I mean, like this case, for instance, we could look at all the bad, but there's a lot of good. I mean,
there's a
look,
lot of
it,
good.
it took Summer to save her brothers, right?
Right.
it took this little girl to save her brothers,
It sure did.
and not just her brothers, but it took her to now save a lot of other children by knowing how to handle these missing child cases like we didn't know how to handle it before.
Right.
I mean, so much good has come out of this evilness, and good does come out of evilness every time.
It sure does, without a doubt. Well, Prayer Garden, thank you for letting me come up tonight. I'm gonna jump down, and I will see you soon, hon. You have a good
All
evening.
right, sweetheart. God
All
bless.
right. God bless you, baby. Good night.
Good night. Annie, you have been so quiet up here.
I know. I was just listening.
You have been so quiet, girl. So what do you think of Andy coming out?
Oh, maybe trying to CYA.
Do you think he's come out to help Summer or just collect money?
I believe collect money.
I do too. And you know, that makes me sad. That makes me sad. He was on his live last night. There he is.
Yeah.
Answering questions and everything, but you know, for the wrong reasons, right? For the wrong reasons.
Why didn't they a year ago? I mean, it's a year ago.
Right.
Come
Right.
out a year, a step forward.
A year later, but I'm going to tell you what. Wait till Donald's out of jail. Donald isn't going to let them come out like this without him coming back and settling it, right? He's going to come out and settle this one. Trust and believe Donald will be back, and he will be settling all of this.
I believe so.
I don't think he's going to take this kindly at all, to be perfectly honest with you. Absolutely.
I don't blame him.
Mm-hmm. I think that and he'll be out in a month. 1 month. He'll be back out here. So absolutely. You know, this is why everyone should be coming out, right? This is the victim. That is the victim right there. Little Summer Moon Utah Wells. And you know, I wanted to ask questions last night. Andy said he might come back in a couple of days for, you know, more people to come up, and hopefully I get to go up and ask some questions. You know, because I do have questions. I have questions. I want to know if anyone told him they heard metal, sounds of metal scraping around the day Summer came up missing. That's a question I have for Andy. I want to know about the metal. I want to know about the screen. I want to know how much he trusts his ex old lady, and what she tells him. I mean, is it 40%, 50%, 100%? What level does he trust her? And her accusations.
I'd like to ask her, why is she putting her own children at risk by telling whoever what, and if it's the truth, what Andy's done or whatnot? I mean,
yeah,
you
and she
mark on somebody and then put your life and your children's life at danger.
Right. Exactly. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be talking about what was the most incriminating accusation that Andy made. I want to talk about that because he did make a very incriminating accusation that I would like to bring forth and talk about. it didn't sit right with me. But I'll bring that out tomorrow night, and we can discuss it. Hopefully I get on earlier tomorrow night. I know that it's late and I came in late tonight, but I had to go to the grocery store late tonight, and you don't want to get me in a grocery store, especially you know how you are after you eat dinner. A couple few hours after you eat dinner, you're all hungry again, right? And
Right, right.
and I got into that grocery store, man. I didn't think I was gonna get myself out of there. I was like snack food junkie, right?
Yeah,
And and I'm gonna be honest with you. Right now, it's hard to find anything in a grocery store because these people still acting like full blown COVID's going on, and they need to stock up for a year, right?
right,
It's
right.
crazy. I'm like, wow, where's the love? You didn't even
I
leave a
know.
bag of my favorite snack behind. Are you kidding me? But
Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
Hey, I'm coming over, PG. I'm starving. Hey, girl, you come on over. I got plenty of snacks. Trust me. I got the cookies. I got the chips. I got it all. I got the dip. I got everything. I got, you name it, I was grabbing it up. I'm a snack food junkie. I don't care. I
yeah.
need my snacks. I live for
But
them.
I do believe the Lord's going to bring this case to the light.
I
I
do
really
too.
do.
I do. I think God is going to, you know, we got to have, we got to hold on to that faith in God. Um,
Right.
the more faith you show, the more God's going to bring it out for us. And we can't lose faith. We cannot lose faith. I mean, yeah, I know a
No.
year's passed, but you know what? Um, I'm going to be honest. This whole year I've been in it, right? I've been here. I've been here with
Yeah.
everybody. Um,
Yes, and you've
in
been
this
a lawyer
case
too.
from day one. I've
Yes.
been there, and I'm telling you, I I know why God has not brought it to the light the way it should be brought, and it's because so many people jumped aboard, so many people got onto this, and it hasn't been pulled to the light because there's just some that ain't going to be able to handle it. They ain't going to be able to handle it. Um,
Yeah.
the truth. They just ain't
Right.
right now. And until everybody's ready to handle that truth, we ain't going to get the answer because, you know, I don't think God wants anybody that sad, right? I
Right.
don't think there's a lot of people with health issues that if they knew the truth, it might just do them in, right?
Yes.
And,
Yes.
what I'm saying is we don't only need to, snatch onto that faith that God's going to bring the answers to us and know for sure He is because we're asking. Whatever we ask is going to be done. We got to believe.
Right.
But
Right.
we also have to, let God know that whatever it is, let it be known, right? It don't matter. We need to know. Those boys need closure.
Yes.
We can't think about what we can't handle. We've got to
Right.
understand that, this ain't about us. It's about the Summer and the boys. And they're the ones that we need to get the answers for. So we got to be able to handle it, right? No matter
Right.
what it is, we've got to be able to handle what happened. And yeah, Jesus take the wheel. Amen.
Amen.
Um, I've been there a few times. Um, you know, the most we can do is, our best and have God, Jesus do the rest, right? And I think
Yeah.
that we're doing our best keeping Summer in the spotlight and following everything to a T and trying our best to, keep nothing but the truth on the table and throw everything
Right.
else off of it. And, you know, and then we gotta let God and law enforcement take it from there, right? and hope
Right.
I know God's going to do what's right, but you got to hope that law enforcement does what's right as well, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's what I'm praying for. I'm not worried about God not doing what's right because he always does what's right. I am
Right.
worried about law enforcement.
And Summer has a whole army uh, behind her praying. I mean, and God will answer those prayers. I believe that.
Amen. I do. I absolutely believe that too. And yes, Jody Sue did get called in to the police station, and I'm sure it wasn't over. Oh, did Andy break his order? No, it's over. Ooh, what the hell was you talking about?
Yes.
You didn't tell us this. Right? Right? But we're all picking on her. We're all picking on her from what she says. I'm not picking on her. I ain't picking
Right.
on her. I mean, she don't want me to pick on her. That's for damn sure, right?
Right.
She don't want to get me picking on her. If I pick on you, you know if I'm going to pick on you because I open a live up and it's all about your ass, right? It ain't nothing
Yes.
but about you. And let me tell you something, it ain't nothing going easy then. I mean, I just tell it like it all damn is, and that's the way it is. And, I personally don't give a fuck.
That's what it needs to be because you bring out the truth and tell it
Amen.
how it is.
I don't go easy on fucking liars or people that,
Right.
attack people for no damn apparent reason. Absolutely not. I mean, they need to, they need to feel what they're putting other people through, right? You don't like it, damn it, don't be doing it to other people, right?
Right. Right.
I mean, I ain't judged nobody because they done judged herself when they went and fucked up.
Yeah.
I just basically execute them a little bit so so they can see their own reflection of who and how they are. I'm not that way. I'm just basically giving them back what they put out, right?
Right. Right.
So, I'm not a bad person. Like I said, I always rather have a friend than a foe. And hell, I know what kind of friend I am. I know what kind of friend I am. I mean, you know, I'm the one at 3 o'clock in the morning out there, you know, walking your ass on a parking lot or whatever, or petting your back or standing there, whatever problem you got. I'm there trying to help it, not hurt it. But that's the kind of friend I expect to have in return as well, right?
Right.
Life's a two-way street, or it should be.
There's an old saying that if you give a person enough rope, they'll hang themselves.
That's Jody, Sue, and Andy for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And there's another old one. What you live by, you'll die by.
Yeah.
Be careful
That's
what you
true.
do to people.
Right.
You should
Nothing
live
good
by
for the devil's
the
back that
Bible.
don't come under the belly.
Right. You should live by the Bible. Then you'll die easy.
Right.
You
Right.
know. Um it's a crazy thing though. I've seen people die, and everybody don't die alike. They certainly do not
Right.
die alike. Some die easy and some don't. You know, some go through hell, and I tell you another thing. Evil people are the most afraid to die. I can tell you that. Evil people don't die easy like good people do. They certainly don't. I've seen it, and I'm going to just, I'm there to let you know. And that's because the demon flees them. That demon flees them to go. Evilness isn't nothing but a demon that a human has fed to the point that the demon controls them instead of them controlling the demon. Basically, you know, that demon was what I'm trying to say is, you know, it's like an evil person, didn't become evil overnight, right? They came to evil a little by
Right.
little. They got with the wrong people, or they loved the feeling of being mean. They loved the feeling of they loved being who they was as an evil human being.
Right.
And what they did is, they kept they just kept it up little by little, with their willy ways, and feeding the devil and the demon, and that's evil spirit that's in them. They instead of rebuking it and getting rid of it, and fighting it to be the good person that they could have been, they feed that devil and this evil thing. And what happens is it gets bigger than them, to be honest with you. I mean, it instead of, they have like a black soul. Is Some people, you can look at them and just see, but
Yeah.
anyway, what happens is they feed that demon, and then when it comes time for them to die, this big ass thing will leave their ass. Everyone can't see it. Some folks can, but this big ass thing will try to flee them because they know they're going to hell, and that demon don't want to go there. That demon goes and goes to possess someone else, right? That evil
Right.
spirit. And that person has to go on to hell. Well, that's why they're so scared, because they pretty much know where they're going, because they got that big ass demon in them, and they fed it all them years. Well, that's their fault, right? Because they had an opportunity, like everyone else, to rebuke and fight that demon and not let it house them. They had that opportunity to chase it off and be the good person that they should have been. And they didn't realize how fast life would go, till they got there. And, but the day you're born, you're old enough to die, right? Nobody's
Yep. Promise tomorrow.
promised another second. I mean,
Right.
to be old enough to die is just having to be old enough to be born. I mean, the minute you're born, you're old enough to be gone, and you're not promised anything. So you should always be the best that you could be. And so many people say, well, I got this illness and I got that illness. Well, the Bible plainly states that, that illnesses ain't nothing but bad spirits housing the body that needs to be ran out, and no doctor can
Yes.
run them out, right? You got to go to a preacher to get them ran out. Doctor can't help
That's
you
true.
with that. But it's Jesus going to run it out of a bad person? I mean, why does he want to run something bad out of a person that ain't going to be good? Ain't going to continue from then on, do the righteous way. What I'm saying is, I have seen Christians that live to be pretty old, and they don't even have to take, anything except maybe an aspirin a day when they get 90. And then
Right.
there are other folks that 40 and 50, man, and they look like they got a pharmacy they got to swallow every day. And I'd rather be that Christian.
Do you believe there's any Satanism or witchcraft involved in this case, possibly?
I don't know. I wonder about that, due to the fact that they were looking for Mr. Dobbs the night before at all those hotels. And I often wonder if they'd have found him would Summer have been missing the next day? I don't know. I don't know. You know,
Yeah.
why were they looking for Mr. Dobbs? What was they going to do to him? Maybe was they going to
Right.
use? I mean, could what I'm saying is, I don't know. I don't know. Um, I know something happened. What happened? I don't know, but I know something did. And and you know, in my opinion, Candace, Grandis, and Donald and them know exactly what the fuck it was.
Yeah. I do
There's no
too.
doubt, there's like no doubt in my mind that they didn't know. I don't have any doubt that they don't know. None at all. I'm pretty, that's how pretty positive, in my opinion, I am that they fucking know.
Oh,
Absolutely.
yes.
And Jody Sue, I'm not, you know, I haven't really sat down and overly, you know, took this woman in consideration. I mean, she's one of those people that, I don't know, she's one of those people that's like the last fucking one you ever look at, right? The last one because you don't really want to look at her at all.
Right.
I'm really, that's the bit you try to avoid.
Right.
Everybody does. Something about Jody Sue, you just don't want to fuck with her. She's that crazy. She's just that
Right.
far out there that she's the one that runs that slips under the radar because you just
Right.
really don't want to fucking put up with her, right? Um
Right.
she's so just I mean, where I'm at with Jody Sue right now is she just fucking super you have to say, is she just super fucking insane?
Right.
A real off the wall weirdo, like this fucking oh my gosh type weirdo. Or, you know,
Right.
or is she is she credible in any way? What I'm saying is I don't know if she's even credible. I don't know her that well. I haven't really tried to even take the time to get to know Jody Sue because she's just so fucking unlikable, right? I mean, you're so busy
Right.
disliking her, you can't, you don't want to get to know her. She's just fucking really weird. And Andy, he's just kind of weird too, right?
Right.
I mean, you kind of wanted to get to know Don and Candace because they're fucking weird too, but they're a funny weird, right?
Yeah.
Um, they're just like, it's a different kind of weird. It's a weird that you don't really mind getting to know them two idiots.
And
But
I've often wondered if Dawn and Candace haven't been taken advantage of somehow, or
well,
had
I'm going
something
to
held
tell
over
you,
their head.
um, I'm just going to come out and say this. I know some people, oh, PG, but Candace is special ed. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Candace is definitely special ed. She
Yeah.
don't think like a normal human should be thinking, right? Something's
Right.
wrong with her. Um, so, you know, she's definitely got, some issues going on there. And but don't underestimate her. Don't
Right.
underestimate
Right.
Candace. I don't underestimate that bitch at all. Um, I've dealt with too many people like her, so I don't underestimate her fucking ugliness. whatsoever, Candace. I just want to put that out there for you because I know you probably listening to PG, and you can kiss my ass um, as well because I have no respect for you. You know, I'm up every night thinking, working, or on here
Right.
keeping your daughter in the spotlight where your fucking ass should have been doing. But
Right.
instead,
Right.
it's PG doing it. You're a bitch. I don't like you, and when I'm doing it and you're not, that tells me that your bitch ass got something to fucking hide, or you be doing it
Yep.
yourself. You're a piece of shit. And
Right.
no, I don't like you. I don't. And I have damn plenty of good reason not to. Plenty of fucking good reason not to. On the screen is number one, right?
That's
And
right.
three more in foster care
Her brothers.
that you ain't
Yes.
doing shit to fucking get returned. So fuck you. Um, that's what I think about Candace. Donald, you know, a lot of people want to say, well, I think he's at work, make excuses for him. No, I don't make no excuses for that son of a bitch. That was his little girl right there. That's his baby. And that should have been his first priority, not fucking his old lady that possibly did something to this child and fucking covered it up. So he can
Yep.
kiss my ass
Yep.
as well. Because I have no respect for that piece of shit either. There you go. He didn't do the right thing. And Grandis the same way. You know, fuck her as well. What I'm saying is, you know, when people don't do the right thing, I have nothing for them. They could kiss the backside of my ass. Because this life is too short not to be doing what's righteous in the sight of God. And that's who they better be worrying about is God Almighty. And God sees, you know, what they're doing. And He knows where this little girl is. And at some
Yep.
point, we're going to know where she is as well. We are going to know where she is at some point. She will be found. And when she is, fuck them and the dirty bastards that did whatever they done to this child. I have no respect for none of them. And Andy coming out to answer some questions for money, I have no respect for that either. You know, none at all. None. Him and
No,
Jody
they just
Sue
be
rode
talking
off the
to
back of this
law,
baby, and
law
that's fucked up.
enforcement. Yeah. Law
Well,
enforcement only. I mean,
law
or maybe.
enforcement's got me very disappointed because it don't take a mastermind to solve this case. It don't take a
Right.
mastermind to solve this fucking case. It just takes somebody got enough ass to do it. And we got a weak law enforcement, right? There you go. And that law enforcement is super weak in every aspect.
Are you still there? Hello?
Yeah. I just
Oh,
was hearing some noise in the background somewhere.
it sounds like an emergency EBS, emergency broadcasting system.
Right. I don't know where the emergency's coming from. Um anyway, I gotta get my mind straight. I woke up late tonight. I slept this evening. I woke up, went straight into Mrs. Daisy's, spelling half my words wrong and shit. I was like, oh my God. And then I ended up at the grocery store and that was fun. But then I directly came home and got everything situated and got straight on here. So you guys gotta bear with me. You gotta bear with me. Then I start hearing
You're
fucking
doing
noises.
great.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, am I hearing some shit or what? What am I doing? So I don't know.
I
I'm
believe
just
you're a warrior and you're a strong woman. and you'd stand at the gates of hell for Summer.
I tried my hardest to, do what's right. I think it's the freaking noise is coming from somewhere. Hold on.
I hope you're okay.
I'm back. Are you still there with me, sweetheart?
Yes. In the
Yeah.
back chat, there's something from Jody Sue, and it looks like it's been wrote backwards.
In the back chat?
Yeah, and it's oh my gosh, she really, oh my Lord have mercy, it's wrote backwards. We know what
Yeah,
the hell means. At
they
first I thought,
do.
am I looking at German or what?
They do
No,
crazy shit back there.
if that is from her, as, that isn't any word, is the, what's she trying to do, write Latin backwards or something?
Who wrote it?
It says Jody Sue Brown at 201 in the private chat.
Oh, I appreciate that. Is that Elena? Elaine? Um, yeah, back chat is evil. It is. I
That
usually
is
don't
her.
even pay attention to it because it can get pretty crazy back there.
Are you
Um,
okay? Is there no bad weather in your area?
you talking to me?
Yeah. Are you okay? Is the weather,
Oh,
are you
yeah.
having a,
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. I was looking for wherever that fucking buzzing was coming from, but I couldn't find it. So maybe it's somewhere on a phone somewhere in my house, but I don't know. Um, that was crazy. I
I
was
know my
like,
dad's sister, she lived in Gatlinburg for years, and her ex-husband, his family owned a hotel or motel there in Gatlinburg, and she would talk a
who
lot
writes
that there was,
crazy? Who writes crazy
The
like
third,
who she said she writes backwards like a crazy person. Who does?
it says Jody Sue Brown.
Jody Sue writes backwards?
It's in your
Whoa.
back chat.
The the um the I don't want to even get into that writing backwards shit.
I know, because that's what I'm getting ready to say. My aunt said that there was all the time down in Gatlinburg, up in those woods and out in the middle of nothing, like seances and these God knows what. And I thought at the time, I mean, this was, Lord,
right.
30, 40 years ago. And when I first pulled up Jody Sue's Facebook and looked at one of her pictures with her horns on her head and that white face and the funny looking teeth, I was like, what the hell? And I was like, that just creeped me out. And I was like, I'm going to have to apologize to my aunt because I thought she was the one being crazy. But yeah, she said 30, 40 years ago, it was bad down there in Gatlinburg with them going out in the woods and having their little
They said
seances and
that's what
whatever
Satan
they do.
people do.
Yeah.
They write backwards.
Yeah, now she's in your back chat right backwards. Well, we're going to plead the blood of Jesus on you, whatever. If you're trying to put a hoax or a whatever or curse on us, girl, because
I'm covered by the blood of the Lamb.
that's
right?
right.
Jesus Christ.
And he that's in us is bigger than who you
You know,
are any day.
I'm going to tell you, I don't, here's what I got to say. When you say Jesus Christ, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, evil's got to flee, right? Just by saying
right.
the name of Jesus Christ, blood of the Lamb's on you. They got to flee. Now, and that's all evil. I don't care how strong it is. It's got to go, right?
That's right.
Just let some evil be around you. It don't ain't much to get rid of it. But I'm going to tell you something. Those people that, them Satanists, I ain't never seen a devil worshiper be able to walk into the church and get nobody to flee, right? So that tells me the power of my God and the power of whatever they got. So there you go. Yep. Even, Satan goes to church and trembles, right? He trembles. Yep. Matter of fact, he couldn't even touch Job until he asked God if he could, right? So are you really going to be afraid of, are you really going to fear some shit like that? Hell to the no. Hell no.
Oh, no.
They take that backwards writing.
I was like, what kind of person would put horns on their head and then talk about going out in the woods and doing all this with the KKK and all this and everything? And
heaven's up in the sky, right? Which means a higher level. And hell, where's hell? Under the ground, which is a lower level. Which one you rather be on? I like the high level, if you ask me.
I wouldn't even touch that stuff.
I guess some people really do want to see how low they can go.
I guess so.
Wait till they get there. Wait till they get there. Boy, they're gonna understand then. They're gonna understand then that they ain't the place to be, right?
Yeah. They need to read one of those books of people that's been in hell.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. There's some scary stories about people dying and going to hell. And and I'll tell you the one thing that all these stories, because when people tell stuff like that, it's hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe. So the one thing I like to do is comparison. And I'm going to tell you the one thing that I took note of more than anything else that these people that supposedly did this have to say.
Yeah.
which makes me believe that, there's something to it. And that's
Right.
when they get there, there's these people screaming, go back, you don't want to be here, go back, go back.
Yeah.
All of them seem to be getting, and all of them also seem to, see people they knew there.
Yeah.
Um, you know, so like this one man, um, he killed a friend. Well, he must not have been too good of a friend, right? If he killed him. But
Yeah.
he killed this man, and later, it's not like then, but later in life, this particular man, something happened, and he ends up dying right on the table, and he goes to hell, and he sees this guy he killed, he murdered. He sees him, and I guess he's hearing the voices as well. These people screaming. I guess it's the worst shit you ever heard in your life down there. But somehow he comes back. Um, he started praying. Begging God. Anyway, he comes back. He's on the table. He pulls through, and he becomes a religious man. Super religious man, scared to death not to be 100% walking the line, righteousness.
Right.
And he feels so guilty because he feels that if he wouldn't have done what he did to that man, that man may have been able to find God as well. Sad story, right?
That is sad.
I guess he feels that, he stole another human's chance away from him.
Right.
But,
Right.
I don't know, maybe he did. But the point being is, here's my point. Then later on, that man might have found God like he did. That's true. But why hadn't that man found God before that? What I'm saying is that's just a lesson that, you don't know when you're going to go, and you should be ready, right?
Right. Right.
So that's the point. And that man might not have lost his life had he not been in the wrong place at the wrong time, pretty much. I don't know. I just think that, you should be ready. If the Lord wants you, you should always be ready. Every day you should be ready, to go if you need to go. Jesus puts out his hand, you should be ready to take it, right? Not run.
Right.
So
Right.
that's it is what it is. But sometimes, even I'm a Christian, but I mess up daily. I mess up daily. And they say, like, you eat pork, you're unclean until you bath and evening comes. You better hope you make it to evening, right? That's kind of a scary thought when you look at some bacon. Because bacon tempts me, you know what I'm saying? How you gonna pass up the bacon? You know what I'm saying? But
I know.
to be honest with you, PG's been trying to lay off the bacon. I've been trying to lay off pork, period.
Right. Right.
I've been trying to give it up. It's not easy. It's not easy because everything tastes good fried in bacon grease, right? But yeah, I gotta have that bacon. Exactly, But I don't have to have it. I've been trying to I have absolutely been trying to get away from it because I think it's a good thing to do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Health wise, it is.
Right. So, I mean, I didn't get a whole lot of bacon in my life anyway. I had a brother that ate it all before you could get to it. So, I'm seriously. I come from a big family, a big family. Most of them are pure shit, but you know, um, it is what it is, right? It is what it
Yeah.
is. I call it like I see it. I'm not even going to sit there and make provisions for nobody because, you are what you are. You should treat every human with love, kindness, dignity, and respect. And,
Right.
and a lot of families don't treat one another like that, They too busy hating you to love you. Fuck that shit. They should
Yeah.
have been busy loving you. Too busy loving you to hate you. That's how family's supposed to be. That's the family that, prays together, stays together, right?
Right. But I
But
do
it is
believe
what it.
Summer's in heaven.
I
I just
believe
hope I
I
do.
believe that Summer's no longer with us. I believe that she is dancing in heaven. I think
I do
she's with
too.
all the other little children that
I do too.
um the rest of them. I think that she's there in a better place, very loved, no stress, no worries, no fear.
Mhm.
And but her brothers are still here, right? And they still have
Right.
stress, they still have worry, and they still have fear. And that's why we've got to find out what happened to her before
Right.
the system decides to put them boys
Uh,
back possibly in danger, right?
right.
I mean,
And I've seen things like that happen.
right. Absolutely. And it shouldn't. It shouldn't.
I
I
mean, here in
mean,
Kentucky, on every corner, there's foster parents. They're begging for foster parents here in Kentucky.
right.
I mean, every
Right. Because
corner you'll see a little sign.
a lot of people won't, a lot of people don't want to take in children because the system makes it too hard on the foster family. I mean, they want the foster family to, what I'm saying is they want the foster family to pull up and drop these kids off so the parents can visit. Well, then the people get your license number and they might be at your house, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, hell, there's got to be something wrong with this family for them to be in a foster care in the
Right.
first place.
Right.
And they just expect too much out of these foster parents, putting themselves in danger, you know, for these parents. And not only that, but these foster parents get attached to these children, only to have to watch them go back into the hell that they came out of. And that's super hard on a human being too. I mean, it's not easy being a foster parent, especially if you're loving, kind, and caring. If you really do, if you're not in it for the money and you're in it for the children, it can take a fucking toll on you, mentally,
Right.
physically, and everything else.
And
Um,
emotionally. Yeah.
and you think, what are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, you saved them for a minute, but who's going to save them forever?
Right.
What they need is more adopted parents. What they need
Right.
is to quit giving these people the strike 1, 2, and 3. You're out. They need to give them a strike 1. You get caught
Right.
doing
Zero
fucking drugs
tolerance.
and not doing right. You get your kids took and they don't come back.
Mhm.
You abuse your child, it don't come back. You freaking have a drug baby, didn't care enough about your child to get, your ass some counseling and off the drugs, then you don't come back, Obviously you
Right.
didn't give a fuck about this kid or you wouldn't be doing what you're doing to it.
Right.
Don't you had an opportunity to be a parent and you failed. It is what it is. Let someone else take them children, raise them, and give them the life they deserve, right?
Right.
Right. She said the true fact. I don't want drugged up parents knowing where I live because I took in their children. It's a major
No.
drawback. Right. It is
No.
a major drawback. Oh, we got a new member. Yes. Yes. Loves Jesus. Oh, I so appreciate it. Absolutely. Um, yeah, I could go without bacon. I love bacon pancakes.
Oh.
I couldn't go without bacon. Yeah. Bacon is a weakness. Absolutely a
Yes.
weakness.
Mine too.
You know,
Mine too.
but I was looking at these um like when you think bacon, you think that pink little pig, that cute pink little pig that's all healthy and everything.
Yeah.
But if you look and if you look at them hogs, like the pigs that ain't been taken care of, which you're
Yeah.
probably eating, you could probably turn off a bacon. I mean, that's at least what I did. And I was like, yeah, when I see bacon now, I see that hog and I'm like, whoa, nah, I could pass that up. So, I don't know. It is what it is, but I mean, I have to do stuff like that. If I want to get away from something, I have to see the bad side of it.
Yeah.
So I can move on. But yeah, it's weird. But bacon, does clog your arteries. You know, it does the fat and everything. It does a lot of damage to the body. It's better, to eat a bowl of Wheaties, I guess, than, you know, but I still, I fry up potatoes, eggs, biscuits. Um, it's wonderful. Oh wow, Susan B. I so appreciate that. Wow, I got a super chat tonight. Amen. Absolutely.
Yay. Thank you,
Yeah,
Susan.
that definitely helps the channel. I so appreciate that. Um, absolutely, White Window Baby. I so agree. God bless. Um, sorry to hear
I've
that.
studied a little bit on Satanism, and what it concerned me too is I think they hold those equinoxes when like it's spring to summer, and that the 20th or 21st is the summer equinox. See,
Um,
I've often thought about that. I've tried every little route I can think my little brain can think of.
I don't know. I know that they, I mean, everybody thinks that it's like Halloween, woo, it's witches night or whatever. No, you're absolutely right. They hold
The
you
equinox
know
changes.
they hold different meetings at different times of the year. Um,
Right.
you know, so I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not a fucking a cult member or anything, so
Right.
I don't
No,
have to
I'm
keep
not
up with
either.
that
I'm a
shit.
Christian.
But I
I'm
truly
just
believe
trying
in
to
God.
study it to try to understand it a little bit.
But yeah, they do. I'm not sure the schedule on it, but I have heard that it's like you're right. It I think they do have one in June, right? I'm pretty sure they have
Yeah,
one in
it's
June.
the 20th or 21st is the first day of summer.
21st, right?
Yeah,
It's the 21st. I don't
it's
know.
yeah. I've often wondered that too.
I know that they said that Jody Sue tried to say Summer died Saturday after she came up missing. I'm pretty sure it was the Saturday after she came up missing. Um, which she came up missing the 15th. Um,
which was on a Tuesday.
So, let me go back and I'll tell you exactly what that is. That would have been, she came up missing on a Tuesday, and that would have been the 19th that she supposedly, that Saturday would have been the 19th. And the 21st lands on a Monday. That month. So would they have had it like the 19th of that year? I don't know how it works. Is it got to be on the 21st of each year, or does it change? Well, it must be the 21st because it's on a Tuesday this year, right?
Yeah.
It's on a Tuesday, so I don't know. I have no idea if, something like that was, I mean, if I had to say, I would say I don't think so. I don't think, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, and each cult works differently, right?
Right.
Each occult works differently. I mean, I think, they sacrifice what? I don't think they just sacrifice once a year. I think they probably be sacrificing all year long, right?
Right. And if that's really her in your back chat, she's trying to write backwards. She's writing backwards. What the?
Yeah, I don't do Halloween either. You can't serve two masters.
No,
I do not partake in Halloween whatsoever.
I don't either. I haven't for years. It's
At
pagan.
Halloween, when Halloween comes, I tell you what I tell my kids. I tell my kids that, when Halloween comes, we don't partake in that particular holiday, due to the simple fact that, you can't serve two masters. You only can serve one. And you have to choose which one you want to serve. We choose God. So therefore, we don't have anything to do with Halloween whatsoever. I don't look at it's a harmless kid thing. Yes, it is harmless because you're teaching your children about witches and warlocks and monsters and all kinds of crazy shit that, basically you're teaching them about pretty much what hell looks like. And I don't, and children shouldn't be dressing up looking like they belong in Hades, right?
Right.
Children are supposed to, what I'm saying is look at Halloween and then look at Christmas. You take Christmas, you see children at Christmas, they're dressed like angels, right? They're dressed like wise men. They're dressed, they're dressed like beautifulness, the light of God. You take Halloween and what are they dressed like? And, and you're making them feel like it's okay, to partake in that kind of stuff. I don't think so. Absolutely not. I do let my kids celebrate the harvest, because at the end of the year it's beautiful because all the farmers are bringing in everything. You work really hard, man, to get in everything for winter. You work,
and we should be thankful.
Yes, it's very, we need to be respectful for all the hard work it takes to bring in all that food so people can continue to live throughout, the winter, right? And then you also in the spring you go through a lot planning, and so people, you can bring in that harvest. It's hard work. It's absolutely hard work. And yes, I do, celebrate. I do celebrate, the harvest, meaning that I do appreciate, what God, God's earth and what He brings forth out of it to keep us nourished up and going and so forth and so on. And so, and that I celebrate that by, cooking a big dinner and, just letting, the kids know. I mean, they get to, you know, help make pumpkin pie, and they help get to make, if you're canning or you're doing any of that, they get to help do that as well. And
Yeah.
but most of all, they get to enjoy everything that's been brought in, right? I
Right.
mean,
Right.
and that's a blessing, but that's a great thing
Sure is.
because, it's like a party celebrating the righteousness instead of evilness, you know. What I'm saying is at Halloween, I'm getting ready for Christmas. I'm not I'm not partaking in none of that crazy shit. But a lot of people do, and and they find it to be fun because they know, probably know no better than to find it to be fun. And I know a lot of people say, well, it's all harmless. Maybe it is. I don't know. I just don't want to partake in it. It's just,
I don't either.
I don't want God seeing me doing such a thing. And I don't want him seeing my children ever doing it as well. Right?
Right.
I
Right.
mean, um, and Beggars Night. I mean, so many bad things happen on Beggars Night. Kids get hurt. They get needles in their apples. I mean, damn,
Yeah.
you want your kid to get poisoned? You know, for what? A
Right.
piece of fucking candy?
Yeah.
That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Um, a lot of people, when harvest comes in, a lot of people, have a barn dance. A lot of people, they just have people over, um, just to celebrate, the fact that the hard work is done. Or a lot of them have a party, where you go and you help others. I mean, it's not like a certain day. It could go on for a couple weeks. You're over at
Yeah.
people's houses helping them, and they're at your home helping you get everything together. Um, and it could go on for a couple weeks. It depends on how many people you're helping, how many people's helping you. Um,
Right.
and during all this time, the kids get to eat, they get to play, they get to, intermix, and it's beautiful. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. It don't have to be a certain day. I mean, and it ain't
Have
going to
you
be a
ever
certain
tried
day at your
turkey
house every
bacon?
time, huh?
Have you ever tried turkey bacon?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you too well.
I'm sorry, hon. Have you ever tried turkey bacon?
Turkey bacon? No,
Yeah.
no, I haven't.
My,
I've been tempted, but it don't sound good, does it?
it's actually good. My son loves it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
This
But
Jody
I'm like you.
Sue, this Jody Sue, freaking so-called brown, um, keeps coming to write shit.
She's doing it again.
I guess she must put something back there. I don't know what it was, but it is what it is. I love to do chicken dance on
Oh,
Harvest
my
Day,
Lord.
but only on Harvest Day. Yeah, you doing the funky chicken? Molly. Molly is hilarious. I'm going to tell you. The harvest day is whenever you get all of your crops in and your damn work's over. I mean, for some people, they can get their crops in no time. Other people, it takes a minute, right? It depends. Like I said, it's a lot of work. Being a farmer is a lot of work,
Well, I'm not
regardless
sure
if
if
you're.
Jody Sue can spell right or not. If she's trying to hail Satan back there, she didn't spell it right. Look what happened to Hitler, Jody Sue.
Oh, Jody Sue. Oh, hell no. I rebuked the devil, man. She ain't coming on my panel. I don't want nothing to do with no Jody Sue. Jody Sue,
Mm-mm.
nope. I have nothing to do with her. Nothing to do with her. I not that kind of evilness. I mean, this is a woman that, you know, this is a woman that she just right out has no problem letting you know she don't like God, right? She
Mm-mm.
don't worship God at all. I mean, I have no respect for that. Hell no. My, Bible tells us, you know, it lets us know that we ain't supposed to mess with certain things, and I think Jody
Mm.
Sue's one of them.
And didn't she put about out a bunch of, or she didn't care for outsiders being around there, and all those videos she put out earlier before Summer went missing, all that craziness.
Um, what did you say? She was what? Are you still with me? Oh, I lost her. She was talking and I lost her. I just know that, the Bible tells us, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, or standeth in the way of the sinners, nor sitteth in the seats of the scornful. His delight is in the law of the Lord, and in that law he does meditate day and night, right? Um, there is more, but I think everybody gets the gist. And nope, I can't let Jody Sue. There you are, girl. I can't let Jody Sue upon this panel.
No, no, I wouldn't.
Mm-mm. You open the door for Jesus, not the devil.
Yeah, she's
Absolutely.
writing some Harry Potter stuff back there or something. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
I, you know, I know that she is,
Are we
Brown Bear
shining a
says,
light on her? Are we shining a light on a touchy subject or what?
well,
What got her all riled up?
Jody Sue is, she's one of those people that, she sits there and she incriminates herself. She incriminates her, Donald, Candace, Andy, everybody else. She incriminates, and then I don't know what she expects once you do this, What do you expect? We are looking for a missing 5-year-old child. What the fuck do you expect when you come out and say the crazy off the wall, stupid shit that you say? What do you expect to get back from that? Oh,
Right.
gee, what a wonderful thing Jody Sue did. What the fuck?
And if she don't care anything more than about her own 2 children, she's sure not going to care about someone else's child.
Problem is, her kids are the only ones she gives a fuck about. This woman is really fucking super evil. The way she talked about Summer, the way she talked about kids, the way she talked about what she could possibly do to one of her own children if it wasn't, normal
Right.
at birth. Fuck that. This lady is
Yeah.
like sick in the head.
Mm.
I don't know what she did in her life that, she's one of those people that don't know how hot hell is until she gets there or how real it is, right?
Right.
If she really was into witchcraft or something like that, then she would understand that you can't believe in Satan without believing in God. I mean, there's no way
Right.
you can do one without the other. Just like we worship God, right? But we have to understand there is Satan, the evil one. What I'm trying to
Right.
say is, for some reason in Jody Sue's small little mind, she thinks that evilness outpowers righteousness. How wrong is she? How wrong are you? Is it because, they no longer, the righteous no longer pulls the evil people out and stones them to death? Is that what you got to do to make the evil people understand that, it doesn't overpower righteousness? Well, I got news for them. At one time they did pull them out and stone them to death, right? But
Yeah, they did.
but
They did Stephen.
but what happened was too many people got on the face of the earth and righteous people were getting stoned, right? So God had to quit this. And basically, God knows better than us. So what God did is, Jesus came and he died for everybody. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Now, we don't have to stone people because, God and Jesus are the vengers. We don't have to do this thing. What we have to do is trust in God enough to know that he'll handle them his own way.
Yes.
And let him handle them. They'll be handled. Evil people don't have no perfect fucking life. They're just like everybody else, right?
Right.
Matter of fact, they're so ugly and hateful and mean and everything because their life is so fucked up.
I mean, I try to understand people. A friend of mine, she's an LMFT, and she told me one time that a lot of atheists become atheists because of childhood abuse or, SA.
I think that a lot of them people become like that because they just ain't got enough brains to do anything else. To be perfectly honest with you, I mean,
I mean, the way she was putting it,
it's
the
just
child
lack
looks at
of.
it.
Well, I've
The
seen
child
people
looks
that are
at it like,
Christians and then something goes wrong in their life and they say, oh, they blame it all on God.
right,
They
right,
want to blame it all on God. Well, it's no,
right,
God had nothing to, I mean, when we are born and we get old enough to know right from wrong, what I'm saying is by the time we're, 6, 7 years old, we know evil exists, right? We know
yeah,
evil exists because we see it. we meet up with it. We go to school and there's evil people. There, you know, a lot of people are born into the evil family, you know, like their life is hell from day one, right? What I'm saying is we know evil exists. And it's not, you know, due to the fact that there is evil on the earth, bad things happen to good people. Bad things happen all the time. And, you know, people say, well, God could have stopped it. Well, yeah, he probably could have. If he wanted to, yes, absolutely he could stop it. But
And I
what
think
did
that's
they,
where the
but
children
what
don't
did,
understand.
but what
They
did
don't
we do
understand
to
why
stop it?
God, why'd you let this happen to me? And that's
Right.
what
Well,
they
God
turn
didn't
away from
let it
God.
happen to you if you stop and think for a minute. If you stop to think for a minute.
Yeah,
If
but
you
it's
just
more like say a
you
5-year-old.
pretty much let it happen to yourself, right? By not taking precaution.
A 5-year-old?
A lot of, well, like Summer, for instance. She's 5 years old, she's missing. You know,
Right.
God didn't let that happen. The parents that she had let that happen, right? Why are we blaming God? Why are we blaming God? What I'm saying is, you know, like I said, bad things happen to good people. Summer was good.
Right.
And it was, you know, the way I look at it is, you know, Summer was a rose with thorns, right? And
Yeah.
she had people around her that were just thorns, jealous that they had no roses. And those thorns, one of them thorns, or maybe all of them, I don't know. As I said, I don't know what went on, but something did. But I can guarantee you, you know, it was those thorns that took her out, right? They took her out because of their own what? It was their own ugliness that destroyed her. It was the devil in them that took this angel away. It had nothing to do, you know, what I'm saying, it had nothing to do with God because now she's with God, right? She's in a better place. And those thorns, where do you think they're going to be? In hell, right?
Burn up in hell. Yeah, burn up in hell.
Absolutely. At some point, that's where they're going to be. But you know, that's just how life is. I mean, yeah, we hate the fact that she was took away from us here, right? But but here's the thing. Ain't we all looking forward to being where she's at?
Yes. We sure
She
are.
got there before us, right? She got there before us.
Right.
Our work obviously isn't done, or God would be taking us too. I mean, you know, you have to look at things in a logical way in life. We can't sit there and blame God. I can't sit there and say, God, why did you born her to Candace and Donald instead of borning her into a good home? I can't do that. God borned her to them because that was their test and their testimony, and they failed it miserably. Right?
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
Don't blame God for that. Blame who's supposed to have the blame put on them. And that's her parents. That's, you know, that's all I'm saying. And if everyone thought with a logical mind, you know, nobody'd be mad at God because they would understand God has nothing to do with the evilness down here. We know it exists and we know we ain't supposed to have it in us or around us. And if we invite it in, then bad shit happens, right? It just happened that she was born into it, and that's even worse. You know? It's even worse. I mean, God gave them an opportunity to do what was right with this child, and they did what was wrong, and, you know, in my opinion, and nothing we can do about that.
Right.
except, fight to find her, fight to get justice for her, and fight to make sure that her brothers don't end up back in it, right?
Yeah. Right.
That's what we can do.
Mhm.
We can bring good and pure light into this situation, or we can back down and let the darkness overtake it again.
I
And
can't even imagine
that's
how
our choice.
traumatized those poor boys are. You know,
Right. Um,
because you'd be sitting there thinking, well,
well,
this
those
could happen
boys,
to
those
me.
boys are going to be traumatized due to the fact that when Candace went into the house knowing that she was staging the shit, she kind
Yeah.
of blamed them. Where's your sister? You
Right.
know, you were told to watch her, and she went down the basement, came back up to see how much they did know. That's why she didn't know the door was locked or unlocked. It's because she didn't even check it. She just went down the basement to put on a show to come back up and, you know, terrorize the
Right.
boys more that their sister wasn't in there,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So, and it was just so fucked up all the way around. And yeah, they will live with scars the rest of their life because of an inhumane bitch that their mom was. And that's my
Yep.
opinion, and I think it's a whole lot of other people's opinion as well, but um I don't know. um it is what it is. So yeah, Donald and Candace plainly and this is another thing. I mean, they plainly at the beginning they said she didn't wander off. She didn't wander off. I could told them not to waste her. Well, you know that right there is a big red flag. If you know, then you must know what happened. But
Right.
people let that go. They let that go. And, and then he said, I'll see her in the resurrection. And people let that
Hmm.
go. Well, that's telling you she wasn't alive.
Right. Right. Right from the bat.
And then they came out and they said, well, she won't ever be found. How much more does somebody have to tell you?
Yeah. Yeah.
They know. I mean, that's just wow. I mean, they might as well just wrote it on the fucking wall and had a bunch of people standing there that couldn't read. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then if one person came in that could read because everybody else couldn't, they didn't want to believe it.
Right.
What it said. They think the person that read it is the liar. Because Don and Candace just couldn't do no wrong, right? And then he
Right.
had all these people supporting that evilness. And it was really hard and sickening to watch. And I'm sure that was for a lot of us. For a lot of us, that was fucking hard to watch. Just an ugly situation. And I don't know. I don't know. I just know that this Andy's out here now, and that's hard to watch too. It's super hard, for anyone that really loves Summer. It's like a punch in the fucking mouth, right? That he's out here for
Yes,
the
it
money
is.
instead of
Yep.
helping the child. Fuck that. I mean, that's antagonizing. It's
Hmm.
antagonizing to all of us that's been here from day one searching for this baby. It basically basically he come out like you're fucking dumb and just to hear me you're going to pay for it, right? Fuck that.
Yeah.
I ain't heard from you in over a fucking year, and I don't give a damn if I don't hear from you from now on.
And him
There you
acting
go.
like they're all above the law.
You know,
There's nobody above God.
I'm just tired of watching people. I'm just so tired of watching people use.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
this beautiful little girl. It's it's heart wrenching as hell. You know, does people, do people not realize that this right here, watching this kind of stuff sometimes makes me want to shut everything down and just run away as far as I can
Yeah.
get from it, because that's how
Right.
painful it is to put up with.
It
It's
is.
that fucking painful.
You
But
have
I
to take
stay
it
here
away
for her.
from
The only thing that keeps bringing me back is her.
Right.
I will be here. I will be here till hell freezes over for her. That's what keeps me here. That's what keeps me going. Is I know she needs an advocate. Someone that's going to keep her in the spotlight, fighting like hell for her. And I know God has put an army here for this baby.
Mhm.
And I have to be here. I have to be here now with everyone else, because God's chose us to lead this child home. I truly believe that. I truly
Yeah, and
believe
I'd
that He has
rather.
led us to bring her home. And we're going to fight like hell to do it. And we're going to do it with the truth and nothing but the truth. And Andy
Right.
coming out the way he has pisses me off. I don't know about anybody else, but this really fucking pisses me off. It's bad enough to have his bitch ass wife out here sucking his baby dry and knowing she hates her, right?
Yeah.
But to have him come out a year later and ask you to buy him a fucking trailer, is that not an insult to everyone? And I
Yeah.
hope no one buys this trailer. I hope they don't. I mean, I hope everyone ain't that stupid. Because if he had any involvement, he sure in the hell ain't going to tell you about it. And right now, Jody
Yeah.
Sue, I think's ran her mouth so much, he just feels like he needs to stand up and cover his ass. Right?
Mhm. Yep. That's what it looks like.
And I talked to Andy. And this man ain't the nice, beautiful person everybody thinks he is. He was a bastard when he first answered that phone. Like a mean bastard. I know the other side of him.
Oh yeah.
So,
I can just imagine.
he's one of those people you got to calm down before you can get him acting normal.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. That is the truth. I mean, he absolutely, positively wanted nothing to do with this. Anyway, former how. And I don't think he would have ever wanted anything to do with it if he wouldn't have got his ass in trouble. And it ain't a trailer he wants. It's his fine paid off in a courthouse by the end of this month. And he thinks that, this is the way to get it done. Well, are you going to support that? I have over 200 some people still hanging here with me tonight. And I'd like for you to answer that question. I'd like for all the people in my chat to answer that question. Are you going to support that?
Hell
Because I
no.
know I'm not.
No. Absolutely
I'm not.
not.
I appreciate that, Molly. There's a no. I so appreciate that, Molly. Anne, Love Jesus says no. Maria's Kitchen says no. Andrea says no. Tommy, no.
They need to be
Mother, no.
repentant and serve
Crime
a little
rate?
time in jail
No.
instead of an eternity in hell.
White Window Baby says never. G. Louise, nobody in their right mind would send money to a healthy 40-year-old man who comes from a land family. Hell no. Trista 45 says nope. You know? Susan says no way. You know, I am so happy with the people here. Everybody, they're saying no. I'm getting no, 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 no way, no. Absolutely. And G. Louise, absolutely. Nobody in their right mind would send money to a healthy 40-year-old man who comes from a landed family. Hell no. You're right. I you know, and I am so proud to see so many in here saying hell no. I am absolutely, you know, this shows that God is with us. We're not going to support this. We just ain't. I don't exactly. His mom owns land. She can sell. Right, right. You know. And did you hear him make that statement when he was asked about Donald and Candace's land? Did anyone else take note on that when he was asked? He said, they said, was you going to buy Candace and Donald's land? And he said, Candace, yeah, she was talking about selling it. And he was going to do everything he could to buy that land. He absolutely wanted it. Then he laughed and said it's how beautiful piece of land, and how if he got that land, he'd move back in up there. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah.
He would actually consider moving back in there if he got that piece of land. That motherfucker is obsessed with that piece of land as well, right?
Yep, that's what it sounds like too. It could be a land. People get crazy over land. I mean, crazy. I've had to deal with that.
Could they have done something to that child to try to get that land?
It could possibly be.
Really? I'm going to tell you one thing. If
People
I was Donald,
get absolutely crazy.
If I was Donald, I'd give it away before I let them fuckers had it, right? I really would. Now, I don't know what they had to do with Summer, but something tells me they had a hand in it. They had a hand in it. And like I said, I'm going to bring some other shit out tomorrow night, which I didn't like as well. And the light ain't shining on these people too damn good. If you ask me, it's really not shining on their asses at all. I mean, I always heard it shines on every dog's ass, but I think there are a couple asses that ain't ever shined on. And I don't think it's going to.
You ought to take a picture. Can you do that too? It's in your back chat.
What? Take a picture of the back chat? Nah.
Oh, Lord. Now she's putting on there.
Now she's writing some other crazy shit.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you, all I have to say to whoever's in that back chat, I rebuke your ass in the name of Jesus Christ, and you will endure your own shit. You know, the way I see people that do evilness is it's their evilness, right? And this be upon their head. That's how I see it. That's your evilness. You know, I don't give a fuck what you concoct up. It belongs to you, no one else. If you concoct it up, then you fucking endure it, right? That's the way it is. So, I mean, Don't concoct no shit on with me, because it will be upon your ass, not me, because it ain't me. I'm not concocting no shit up. That shit belongs to them. And that's the way, let it reign over their life, and them. It will, it will devour them, not me. Fuck that. I don't deal with that shit. That's why I don't get into that stupid occult shit or anything, because it can come back on you too easily.
Yep.
Too easy. It
Don't,
can be upon you,
yep.
especially if the
You don't
person
dance
ain't
with the
willing to
devil.
accept that shit. Then you got to endure it. So, be careful what the fuck you get into. At least be smart enough to know what you're getting into before you get there. I mean, when you belong to God, you don't have to endure anything, right? God asks nothing of me except I follow his rules. That's all he asked
Right.
of me. I mean, he asks me to believe in his son, Jesus Christ, which I do. He asks me to accept his son into my life, and I do. He asks me to just go down in some water and get my eyes open, and I did. He asks me to follow his 10 commandments, and I try like hell to get it done. What I'm saying is I'm doing all I can, right? And it's not that hard, and it's the best way to live anyway. I mean, 10 commandments, you know? I only got one God, and he's up in heaven, so I don't have to worry about any other gods. Got that one whooped, you know. I don't plan on saying anything bad about God or against God. What idiot would? Um, you know, don't answer that. But yeah, you know, I fear God too much to say anything about him. So there you go.
Right.
And so I got that one whooped as well. I mean, and I have no problem. I mean, I don't want to go out there and kill nobody. I mean, I'm a human, man, not an animal. I ain't looking to lie or steal or kill or do anything to anybody. I don't give a damn what people's got. I get my own. You know, I get my own shit. I don't need anything anyone else has. So I don't have to worry about covenant. I mean, you know, it's not that hard. And I love living the way that God wants us to live, you know? I get up every day with love, kindness, caring, and joy in my heart. I love it. I feel for the people that get up, with all that hate and ugliness, and damn, what is wrong with them? Who wants to live like that? That's a awful way to live, right?
Yep.
It's gotta be that's gotta be stressful as hell. I
It
mean,
has to be. Having all that hate in your heart, it's got to be eating them up.
hey, I want to get up like Job and know God's. I want to wake up like Job and know that the devil has to talk to God before he can touch me. I want to
Right.
dance like David, you know.
Yes.
I want to dance like David, you know. I want to sing like the angels. I got too much beautifulness that I want to do. I mean, to be thinking about any evilness. That's just it. I mean, it's the right way to live, best way to live, you know? That's what I got to say. Absolutely, White Window Baby. Amen. Absolutely. Some people are scared, I'm going to tell you the problem with this earth. Too many people fear the devil instead of God. That's their problem. That's
Yeah.
their problem. You know?
When God created Satan, he
Hey, I'm
has
going
to
to tell you
practice it.
something. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Blessed be the Lord. What I'm
That's
trying to
the
say
word.
is, it's God that keeps you breathing or not breathing.
That's right.
It's God who
That's
can
right.
toss you into hell or let you in the gates of heaven. You better
Yep.
fear God. God's the one you
Yeah.
better fear. If you got any brains at all, you better fear the
Fear of
Lord.
God's beginning of all wisdom.
Amen. I mean, the devil has no power. He has no power whatsoever, except what power God allows him to have. And, and that's just what it is. I mean, and God don't protect evil people. God don't protect sinners. You know, if you're doing evil, then you're doing evil. Or what I'm saying is, if you're turning your back, God ain't turning his back on no one on this earth. People turn their back on God. Oh, I'm not ready to be
Yep.
saved. I'm not ready to go to heaven. I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready. Well, you better bet your ass you're gonna wish you got ready.
Yeah.
If something bad goes down, you're gonna wish you did. What I'm saying is, it's people turn and when you run like that, and you say you're not ready, then don't get upset when the devil attacks you and wins, because you ain't got God's protection. If you wanted God's protection, you would have been ready. You would have been, doing what you're supposed to do to be ready, right?
Right.
That's the thing. And that's why I say, you can't blame God, because God protects his children. He takes care of you. You don't have to worry, because God lets his children know what his children will do if they come up against evilness. I mean, God's children know to destroy it. Don't play with it. Don't invite it in. Don't mess with it.
Right.
It's not Play-Doh. Trash it, because that's where it belongs. And leave it in the trash. I mean, keep it away from you. Keep it away from you. That's what you got to do. I don't know. I mean, I'm not here to preach a sermon to nobody, I have enough trying to live right myself, right? I mean, it's a full-time job trying to stay on that path. And you could tell people, how wonderful it is to be there. You can, tell people anything you want, but at the end of the day, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. The people got to do that for themselves,
Yep.
And
Very
a
true.
lot of people don't understand what's being said right now, but later on they'll understand. I've heard so many people say, this person or that person, used to talk to me about God and I didn't want to hear it. Oh, how I wish I would have listened. Yeah, hindsight's always better than foresight, right?
Yep.
It is what it is.
And God can make you cry ankle too.
I'm going to tell you.
He can put you
Yeah.
in a place that you're going to cry out for him.
Hey, I'm going to tell you. We're always in a place where we're going to cry out. What I'm saying is, we cry out every day to be forgiven for our mistakes, right? Because
Yes.
we know we make them. We know we make them. So it is what it is, None of us are perfect. None of us are perfect.
No.
We're all made out of dirt. Some people's made out of shit. But it just is what it is. And
Oh,
you
goodness.
can't help that.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm going to let everybody go and get to bed, because I know I came in late tonight,
Okay.
and I am so sorry that but I just wanted to get in here. I needed to come in here and talk about this Andy, because it was bothering me. It's bothering me. I don't give a fuck about Jody Sue's Facebook. I think she shut it down probably because there's some incriminating shit on it. She don't want anybody seeing, which everybody's done seen. I'm sure a lot of people's already downloaded. But it is what it is. And, you know, Jody Sue's done pretty much wore out her welcome, right? Um, with all her accusations and her bullshit. And pretty much with the police as well. But, you know, and then Andy stepping out here expecting everyone to just pay his debt for a few lines about Summer. Fuck that as well. That shit ain't sitting right with me. But I will be back tomorrow night. And we just got to remember. We've got to remember and keep one thing in mind. This baby that we're staring at on the screen is the victim. She is the one that we need to find, bring home, and get justice for. Fuck all the rest, right? Fuck everybody
right.
else. It's about her and no one
and their
else.
trailers and their hoodoo,
Except her
voodoo,
brothers,
all that.
because they need us to stand up for them as well. And that's what we're going to do. So, amen. I heard that, girl.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So I'm going to ask everyone to please pray for Summer, as I do every night. Please, please, please pray for her. Pray that God lets us find her. Pray that He lets us bring her back and get justice for whatever happened to her. We just want the truth. We just want the truth. That's what I pray for. You know, in the name of Jesus, please let us find this little girl.
Yes, Lord.
Let us find the truth. That's all we want.
Yes, Lord.
And we can move on, Father, and help another child, right? We can move on. In the name of His Son, we can move on and help another child to get justice as well. Because this kind of thing, it just needs to stop. And we've got to do something. We, you know, as a community, we've got to do something for these babies. We've got to do something. We can't sit back and keep letting this shit happen. It's too much. And it's too much. Way too much. You know, for us to keep putting up with. So, you know, I want to just tell everybody God bless and pray for one another too. I seen in the chat tonight, I didn't let it go past me. I was busy talking, and everyone knows summer is my main topic. Everyone knows that is, you know, it's what PG does. And, you know, this little girl has captured our hearts. I know she has captured mine. And that's who I fight for. That's who I absolutely 100%, you know, support and always up here fighting for. But I seen other people in the chat tonight needing prayer. Tammy and her family, and Miss Daisy and her family, and Amanda, and so many people needing prayer, and our prayers are going up. We are, we definitely over here praying. We are praying. Prayers are going up. So, you know, sweet Norway, we do love everyone, and we are praying constantly. So, you know, keep those prayers going up. I didn't miss it. I just, you know, and what we pray in the closet, meaning what we pray to God, between us and God, comes to the light. So, you know, let's all keep those prayers going up, and not just keep them going up, but have the faith and knowing God is going to answer. We got to have that faith. We got to show God our faith. You know, mustard seed, smallest seed on earth, right? Smallest seed on earth. Just a mustard seed. And I think we could do better than that, right? Absolutely.
Is
We
there
could
any
do
way
better
you
than
can
that.
tell if that's really her in the back chat, PG?
Huh?
Is there any way you can tell if that's really her in the back chat? Because now she's talking about your kids.
Hey, she's going to talk about my kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Jody Sue, we could talk about your kids too, like your son.
Yeah.
We could
Like,
talk about
is
your
she
kids.
gonna give her? Is she gonna give her kids to Satan? Is that what happened to Summer, Jody Sue?
I'm going to tell you, in the world of psychology, when people like that talk or write, they're talking more about themselves than they are you anyway. So there you go. If you want the answer to that, there's the answer, hun.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
So,
you judge people how you live in your mind. So we know
right.
that.
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, I don't even look at that back chat because it don't make me or break me, right? It don't put a roof over my head, food on my table, or clothes on my back, right? It don't do a damn thing for me.
No,
A
but it
damn
shows
thing.
what
So
type of person she is.
I could give a
She's
damn less
exposing
about it.
herself big time.
God Almighty puts a roof over our heads, clothes on our back, and food on our tables, right? And we thank Him for it.
Right. That's
So
right.
what's in that evilness in the back chat? Don't make or fucking break, PG. I just leave it back there where it is, and let the Lord deal with it, right? Absolutely. I come here and do my best for that baby on the panel, and I just leave the rest to God. There you go. Yes, absolutely. So God bless everybody, and I'm going to pull out of here and say good night, and I'll see you all, God willing. We'll be here again tomorrow night, and further digging into what's going on and how much closer it could get us to finding Summer, right? Because that's what she's our goal, and our topic, and our goal is to find her, bring her home, and get justice. And we're going to do that. We're going to accomplish that. Trust me, we are going to accomplish that. And Donald will be out in 1 month, Andy, and I'm sure he's going to be out here. He's going to be back out here taking care of business.
What's going on.
Yeah, he'll be back out. He ain't going to take this lightly, and he'll be back out here to discuss it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I know Donald, and I know him. Right. I know him, and I know him well. And he ain't gonna fucking sit down on this one. Absolutely not. Using his daughter to fucking pay a debt, that's uncool as hell. That is just so fucking rude, crude, and disgusting. It don't get no worse than this, right?
No.
It doesn't.
And bring up the allegations what Jody Sue spit out. Oh,
yeah.
Lord.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait for Donald to come out of jail after all this shit. Absolutely not. I mean, we ain't seen anything yet, right? Let's just fasten our seatbelts and wait on it. There you go. That's what we need to do. All right. Well, good night, everyone. I so appreciate you coming up, girl, and hanging out and supporting Summer.
Thank you.
God bless. Much, much love.
You too, and get some rest.
Yeah. If I wouldn't have slept a little this evening, I don't know what I'd have done. So I thank God for that. All right, everyone. Good night. And keep those prayers going up. Please keep those prayers going up. God bless. Much love to everybody. And I so appreciate you coming here. Just remember, you're essential, not disposable. Don't go to other places letting these people treat you bad. And always know that this is America. You're allowed to go wherever you want. You don't have to, you shouldn't be prosecuted for being at PG's or being at this place or that place. You're free to go anywhere you please. And if other creators don't understand that, then you probably shouldn't be supporting the dumbasses anyway, right? God bless you all. Good night.